Always a good day when you know there's another Daredevil episode to watch. Like, oh boy, could
Oh,
go
yeah,
anywhere,
no.
do anything.
I'm sure I'm looking to the riveting conversation that it seems to inspire every
Absolutely.
episode. Oh, look, it's like evil Matt and evil Foggy. Why? Well, one of them's a bit chubby.
Dude, I love this one because I don't even know what day this shit airs. You're just like, yo, you gotta watch another one.
Another one is slithered out, and you're like, oh.
I looked down, I had 3 of them. I was like, oh, wow, okay, I better catch up.
Yeah, that's the thing, if you let them fester, they just start multiplying. You can't have that.
Well, this is the one where he
It's-
becomes a Jake Paul, right? Like, he becomes a YouTube boxer.
Yeah, you gotta stop him before that.
Dude, it's so bad.
You
It's
like
such a bad show.
the Karen expression?
Hold on, let me. Yeah, no, it's she was crashing out.
We have so much to talk about regarding her input. What a legendary character.
One of the images that could have just worked is when they're having that argument, just the way that Matt's like, I don't know, it's just he just sort of resigned. He just sort of gives up.
I did have a look.
Try to make it for himself.
There wasn't an explicit enough emotion of him because that's actually where that face is from, or at least one of the scenes.
Yes, it's from that argument. But I figured you might have looked at that. But yeah, it's just we'll get to that scene in particular.
We'll get to everything.
Though I guess like even before we get started, have you guys heard the great news related to this show?
The viewership?
Viewership is down a lot. It's like half.
Dude, I saw a post on Reddit and they were like, yeah, viewership is down across all of Disney Plus. And then someone was like, well, wouldn't it increase if Daredevil was good? Isn't that just kind of a quality assurance thing for every show they're releasing?
What's even the point of saying that? Okay, maybe all the shows suck. It doesn't help. I mean, it's still bad for them. It's like,
dude, it's not Daredevil. It's people are just mad at TV, man. They just don't want to pay for it. Yeah, it's obviously why. Yeah,
it's we know what the answer is. It's because season 1 sucked. And season 2 isn't any better.
No, at the beginning,
that's why.
Season 2. I had a few people say like, "Oh no, episodes. What are we doing today? 4, 5, 6, whatever."
6.
Like, oh, it gets better. These are the better episodes. It's more like the old show.
Right.
It's like, well, even if that was true, it's a bit fucking late. But I'm not convinced it is true either.
Yeah. No, well, 12 episodes in, it finally starts to get good. Because yes, that's right. 4, 5, and 6. That's when it turns around. Because episode 4 is it's apparently pretty highly rated.
Yeah, we all know why. The easiest fucking bet ever.
They played jazz music while Bullseye threw stuff at people. That's why. It's a real TV show. They played discordantly pleasant music while grotesque violence was happening. That means it's a real television show because it's a clash, you see. That doesn't line up. Wow, that makes you think, doesn't it?
This is this has been an insane show's journey of, just around the corner, that's the good stuff. Perpetually, basically. Every time you turn that corner, it's like, whoa, next corner.
It's
we're running out of corners.
It's not even that unusual though for a lot of shows, and then it's I mean we're seeing it in real time with The Boys now that it's coming to an end, and everybody knows that there's only a few episodes left. It's like, oh shit. How many times does this need to happen before people just sort of catch on quicker? Like, these shows are a waste of your time. Like, you shouldn't watch these shows.
It's basically a rule at this point as well, because I know we've had this discussion before, but if you ask someone which show started off terribly and got better, there's virtually no answers there. There are hardly any examples. Not new ones. Maybe some older ones might qualify, but in the modern era, if something starts out like crap, it's just going to be crap. It's not going to get better. This is what they thought was good enough to lead with. So if anything, it's likely to get worse.
It used to be a thing because a lot of shows had to earn their way into being watched, and the people who made them would respond to the process. and they had more time to refine everything, and everything got put in place, better connections. So it just made sense that shows would get better, and then they start to get worse near the end because everyone's kind of like, I think we've done our job. I think the story's done. I think everyone's passion has sort of waned, and it just sort of comes to a natural end. Maybe goes a little too long. A lot of shows would do that, but no, these days they almost only categorically get worse. What is the last TV show in terms of like release, Fringy, that you've watched that got better as it went on?
Nothing this decade.
I think Andor season 2 has come up as a kind of example before, because it starts off jank and gets better, but obviously it's still coming off the back of a very strong first season, so it's not a perfect.
Oh, you mean season 2 specifically?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, but I guess I'd say that because I figured the spirit of it is like that a season or two aren't good, and then it actually starts to improve. Kind of like the normal, not the normal trajectory. It's a bit unusual, but it's still possible, right? Like a show is finding its footing, and then it does, and then it all sort of clicks. Because Andor season 1 is great, season 2 is great overall. So,
some people suggesting Breaking Bad. It's like, dude, season 1 is awesome in Breaking Bad.
Season 1 of Breaking Bad is great. Yeah, I wouldn't go for that.
That also almost kind of breaches the sense of modern that I'm aiming for. But
because obviously you're probably talking like the streaming era.
Yeah.
Is there a show in the streaming era that got better?
Another suggestion I saw was Mobland, but I thought Mobland was consistent.
Mobland got off to a good start.
A bit of a controversial one.
Go for it.
Okay.
While I don't think it's perfect, and I have a lot of issues with it, I think the quality of season 3 of Stranger Things to season 4 of Stranger Things is a bit of a jump.
Oh, sure.
That's true.
To take that pull.
That's true.
I don't think there's any problem there, but the problem in the wider sense is that none of them
is the best.
None of them got to season 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. So even if season 4 was a step up, season 1 was still the best. The problem is like obviously this isn't the case for like any Disney Plus show that I've watched. At all.
You know, funny suggestion from chat there, Picard season 3, and it's like, yeah, if you don't know the context that the creators switch, like the showrunner switches out, it's like, wait a minute. You know what I mean? Like, that does technically improve.
Because the spirit of it also is like, does it improve essentially under its sort of initial, it like The Simpsons, because season 1 of The Simpsons is good. But it's got some wonky elements, but then basically once you're already into season 2, it's already like, oh, we're legendary. But that's like a continuation of the original intention with the show. With
Neither Seven Kingdoms. Neither Seven Kingdoms is good throughout. The reason the latter episodes hit harder is because of the foundation laid by the earlier ones.
I kind of come to the same place with like Better Call Saul. I don't think Better Call Saul season 1 or 2 are boring. I just think you're coming off of Breaking Bad and you're expecting more Breaking Bad. You don't get more of that until season 3.
Because the thing is, I assume that one that's in your mind, Mubes, is Buffy. Because season 1
Buffy's no more on my mind than most shows back then, getting better as they got out. Like,
well, yeah, I guess that's the thing. That was kind of. I mean, they were made in that way, right? Like the pilot episode being what a pilot episode is supposed to be, and then a first season where they're sort of trying to figure out what this show is going to be, and then eventually figuring it out, and then eventually getting better, and then usually eventually getting worse, at some point.
Yeah, it's just,
compared to now where we like pilot episodes don't even really mean anything anymore. For like streaming shows, like all of these things are like basically a full season, no matter what, like they don't have to, because the whole point of a pilot is it's like you're testing it. You need to like sort of prove it has viability before you can even continue with the rest of a season. But now it's like we don't do that.
It's funny.
They're all pilots. Done, they're written, they're made, they're put together, they're all produced in basically one go in many cases. So there is no pilot process. If you get it wrong in the first episode, you're already committed. You've baked in everything that comes next.
The pilot process is returning, though. Buffy got fucking axed with its pilot not being good enough. That's
Well, I mean, it probably should. I mean, like I think isn't standard like sort of only 1 out of 4 pilots like goes anywhere, you know?
Oh, for
like,
sure.
For
it's
every
just
one
that
pilot that gets made,
you
another
know,
3
I talked about it with
fail.
Gary, but like it feels like if they'd only gotten that Buffy pilot started like 4 or 5 years earlier, it would have just been greenlit straight away.
Because that was the sort of that was the modus operandi for it's like, dude, just make shows,
Just make them,
just get them out there. But that's not the case anymore. I mean, you can see it, right, in terms of Marvel. They appear to be a little bit sort of scared of of sort of investing too much into television shows, which of course I view as just I assume that they have the totally incorrect the shows. Yeah, no, we're really struggling with the shows. You know, we gotta figure out what we're doing with the show. Like, dude, the movies are just as bad. Like, you just got a fundamental problem with how you tell stories.
Well, and a big revelation with the Disney TV shows is that it turns out they're all about, you know, they're basically like movie concepts stretched out to a season, and they have no idea how to make TV. Any HBO show, you at least get the impression when watching it, even if you don't think it's as good as the next one or, you know, the previous one, that it's like, oh, they know what their format is. Seems like they know what the fuck they're doing, at least. They remember how TV is made. But Disney Plus, holy shit. Is there one show between Marvel and Star Wars that...
Except Andor, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's the one show that managed to actually understand how it works.
I imagine that you only find it with... No, I don't even... Because Hulu, right? That's like under that umbrella. And I mean, Hulu has more of like a... Because it seems like that's almost the nature of it, is like, did you start making television before sort of 2019? You know, obviously HBO's been making TV shows for decades at this point. Hulu's been making shows at least for a while. Or they'll have like FX shows and stuff like that where they, you know, also like know sort of how to make television shows. But then, yeah, when it comes to the actual Disney Plus stuff, you know, Marvel, Star Wars, and it must extend to other stuff as well. I mean, you know, like that Percy Jackson show, is that any good? Do people like that show? That's like one of the few ones that they've got going now, right? Because broadly, sort of across the whole platform, it seems like it's all wound back, you know, compared to Netflix, where they're still just sort of pumping out like a ton of stuff constantly.
There's so much shit on Netflix that whenever I like sign on briefly, you get just fucking hit with a grenade of like, oh my god, they've got all these new shows.
They make lots of stuff, and it must work in some way because they keep making things.
Well, every once in a while, it'll be like, there's a show about a man who crashed to Earth without memory and has to become a detective in an alternate dimension. You're like, oh, that sounds crazy. And it's starring Tom Hiddleston or something. You're like, oh, wow, really? It's like 5 seasons. You're like, wait, how the fuck have I never... like, wait, what?
No. That's kind of amusing, isn't it? It's like, oh, all right, I guess that's been going for... Is this doing well for you? It's like, yeah, I guess it's doing well enough.
It'll be like one person in chat who's like, you haven't seen that? It's great.
I watched some long drawn out horror show. I think it was called Something Really Bad Is Going to Happen on Netflix. And I didn't really expect this because there was stuff that I liked in it, but there were also things that they like jump scared you with or like placed there to intentionally completely take you off the path, which I guess is fine, but it didn't mean anything. They'd like play like the big scary music and they'd show you something and they would just never come back to it for the rest of the show.
Isn't that a Duffer Brothers thing?
Yeah, is it? Maybe. I don't know. It was really lazy.
I didn't want to watch it because of the name. The name was like, oh, yeah, okay, I don't think I'm very interested in that.
The ending was awful.
You know,
totally wasted all my time.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially with a name like that, it's like, well, you would hope that the ending's going to be good, so if it's not, like,
many such cases. Why is this relevant today, Fringy?
Well, we're talking about Daredevil.
Exactly.
And Daredevil is a very bad show, and it's failing, which means it's probably gonna... But they're making season 3 right now, so unfortunately we'll still have more to talk about next year, but maybe it's gonna come to an end.
Is depressing when filming that. Like, obviously they're happy to hang out with each other, but no, and it's like, this is it, guys. They're not going to be redoing this.
I don't know, maybe there's a level of cope on set because it's like, yeah, but season 2 is better. Like, it's way better. You know, everybody's saying it's way better. Like, we're making a good show here, and that might sort of buoy the spirits. But at the same time, I think there's almost a recognition that the conversation surrounding the show, like what little conversation there is pretty superficial. It's kind of exactly what I was talking about, like right when we started. Oh, hey. Buck and Daniel. That's like evil Matt and Foggy. It's like what you know, what kind of conversation
I think
is that?
with the more that they've done for Buck and the more appreciation like different people on Twitter have given him, the more I hate him. It's like a creation.
You really hate Buck. You hate him more.
Dude, I think
than
they really built up that friendship super hard.
They so do. The hot dog scene.
They connect over hot dogs.
But, no, yeah, I hate him because it's just I've been consistently sort of prompted to call it out the second he was created. Right, just comes out of fucking nowhere and just continuously solves all of the problems. He holds himself like he belongs in the show, but he's completely stapled on, which is funny because that's much like 5 other characters, but him particularly, like high impact, very competent, major like a fucking sentinel for Kingpin.
Well, he thinks he's super cool, and the show thinks he's super cool as well.
When it's just like, you know, so obviously the archetype Wesley had, there's so much more earned. Wesley is so frustrating.
I think Heather is the character that I hate the most. I just can't stand. I can't stand that character.
So awful.
She's so evil and stupid, which is a really sort of annoying combination. I do enjoy that, particularly we'll talk about in episode 7, that it seems like actually kind of the core conceit of the character is that she's just fucking seething over the fact that Matt called her Karen in the hospital in season 1. That's like made her evil. That's insane.
We can mention, right, that there's already been images of season 3, what she's up to.
Yes, that she's going to be the female Muse, because I guess they realized, like, oh yeah, probably shouldn't have gotten rid of Muse after 2 episodes. That was pretty fucking dumb.
Not
that they would have done anything very interesting with him anyway.
She'll stop murdering people or whatever, then Matt will stop her at one point and debask and be like, oh my god, it's Heather. And we're all just going to be laughing at it.
I'm going to try and help you. You know, you can't be doing this. This is wrong. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll just have that scene where it's like, why? And she'll be like, I don't know. We'll be like, yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, then she'll be crying or something.
It'll be so
like,
shy.
You know. I feel like they're going to make her into the fucking Joker.
Well,
because like Muse didn't speak, and she's just going on fucking tangents.
He spoke when he was in his I'm sad form.
Yeah, he spoke. He was a
Did
little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Season 1 is a fucking
fever dream,
man.
Yeah. And also that seemingly it's gonna Luke Cage and Danny Rand will be in season 3 as well.
Thank God, because obviously I don't want to excite chat too much, but Jessica Jones does turn up in this season.
Yeah, she does. And it's bizarre, kind of like really strange. But we'll get to that. Because I suppose we got to start with episode 4, which let me find out what the IMDb rating was for that, because it was ridiculously high. Episode 4 is
it higher
the
than
highest
5?
rated Marvel. Yes, I think it is. It's the highest rated episode of Daredevil Born Again. It might be the highest rated Daredevil episode. I sure hope it isn't. And it is definitely, I believe, the highest rated Marvel Studios television show episode. It's so good. This is when it all turns around.
We still haven't dealt with in the course of these episodes Karen shooting that guy. Like, Batch doesn't bring it up.
No, yeah, it doesn't come up. Yeah, so
wait, I thought it does come up.
No, he brings up the concept of when we get there, but he doesn't specifically reference that. He brings up
the concept itself, and she references Wesley, not that guy. So yeah, season 2, episode 4. is rated a 9.4 on IMDb.
Which, for reference, isn't Ozymandias like a 9.5?
Yeah, it's ridiculously high. It's very high. It's notably higher than everything else, though episodes 5 and 6 are 9.1 and 9, respectively. So this is the good stuff, is what we're watching right now. We made it to the good stuff. We made it to... I actually want to know if that's higher than any episode of Daredevil, honestly. Let me see.
I'm checking Ozymandias as well, because I can't remember. Oh, didn't Ozymandias get a little bit of a review bomb because of
Yeah, because Invincible or something, right?
Some of the show. Oh, yeah, still got 9.5. To be fair, that's 500,000 reviews. There's a lot for IMDb.
Yeah, so this... Yeah, okay, so... Okay, that makes me feel slightly better. There are a couple episodes that have been rated in the original series as being of the same quality as this episode. It's mainly the Punisher stuff in season 2 and the season finale of season 3 is rated a 9.6.
Man,
I will say those numbers are pretty high, guys. I really like Daredevil, but 9.6 is quite high.
Again,
but then again, that's just IMDb, isn't it?
Well, it still gives you a sort of idea of how people are feeling, because
what I'd point to there is that the ratings make a lot more sense when you look at the ones for the original series. The episodes that are highly rated. It's like, oh well, you know why. You know why these episodes are highly rated. You know the conversations that characters have. Whereas the reason why this one is highly rated is because Bullseye throws stuff at people.
Which, I will say, of the people who even don't like this, will mention, like, yeah, I like him throwing stuff at people. And you're like, yeah, that's okay. Fair enough.
Sure. But, let's get started. So, the episode opens and Dex is going about his esoteric morning routine in a clinical fashion as conspicuously pleasant music plays, because, you know, this is a real television show. This is what real TV shows do. This is a pet peeve of mine, by the way.
The way he put the oil on the thing is like a bullseye symbol. Isn't that great?
I am tired of stuff like this. Hey, this is like a show that's like kind of violent and dark, but like here's some sort of pleasant music that's playing while a dude is going about a strange and clinical like morning routine.
I skipped this. Again, I just because I watched this episode before the last round of episodes we did, just so I had some idea of where it was going.
Right.
And I remember thinking this bit's pointless. Like I know what they're doing. I got it within 2 seconds, and it's going to go on for at least 2 minutes. Fuck it. Press fast forward. Came back and I forgot it existed, so I went to watch it again today. And I remembered how staggeringly pointless the entire thing is. So I just thought, fuck it. And I'm just going to skip to 5 minutes and start from there.
Well, I know what Free's talking about. It's like there's a deliberate contrast to make the viewer just be like, "Whoa, this isn't your fucking grandma's TV show. This is doing some crazy shit."
It's all I all just see it as just shitty attempts at copying Breaking Bad, because like, oh, Gus is like he's like very polite and clean and sort of, you know, well composed. You know, he'll like sort of. That's like who he is, but he's the bad guy. And it's like, oh, we can do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Look, it's Bullseye, and he's like very methodically just sort of making breakfast, while pleasant music is playing. But he's Bullseye, and you know he's going to do something crazy. It's like, dude, yeah, you're a real TV show. Oh yeah, you're a real show.
Well, I mean, part of it.
I did read online though that they were trying to do the Fisk breakfast routine from season 1. Of like the actual Daredevil show.
He's actually a character though. That's the...
I just thought it was worth mentioning, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, some people have mentioned American Psycho as well, which is like, yeah, there's like an archetype here.
There is, but they again, these other examples have actual characters in them, and Bullseye kind of just isn't. And in any case, you could have skipped all of the initial stuff, all the breakfast stuff, the workout, completely pointless. If the first scene in the episode is him walking casually toward the diner, you lose nothing, and actually you gain something because you think, oh shit, this is a guy I know is evil and a villain, and he's walking into a diner and he's going to kill some innocent people. And then you can get that little subversion of him being nice to the person who gives him a milkshake. And you've saved yourself like 3.5 to 4 minutes and got everything you thought you were getting out of the nice jazz scene. Just lazy and boring.
No, you're totally right, because basically the opening is a waste of time. The only thing that matters is, oh, he's got a neighbor and she's got a cat, and he's very nice to the cat, gives a cat an egg, and oh, the neighbor, really likes Dex. Wow, what a great lad. That's not going to backfire for her big time.
He's somewhat reminding me at this point of Kylo Ren, in the sense of his story is pretty definitive in Daredevil Season 3. But here, it still feels like, even though we're this far, the writers aren't 100% sure what the fuck they're doing with him. It's like, is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? And then it's like, well, do you guys know? Like, to the writers? And then they're like, no.
Well, also that he's a bit of a goober now. Whereas
he seems purposeless, right?
In Daredevil, he's pretty like he's like unstable in a kind of a way that's like treated seriously. That's like, this is a dude who basically, like, once you take away his foundation, once you take away the stability, he just sort of unravels and becomes like very scary and dangerous. Whereas now it's like, he's like a crazy goober. Wow.
Once
the craziest
truth
part is he like literally makes himself breakfast, eats it, and then goes to a diner.
That's crazy.
Well, he doesn't even eat the breakfast. It's for the cat.
Yeah, that's the true horror. But like, Season 3, when the truth is revealed, when he finds out what Kingpin did, there is a full sense of like, holy shit, because what's going to happen now? And what's Mac going to do? And all this sort of shit. Yeah, but here it's more like, isn't he fucking nuts? Isn't he crazy? What'll he do next? Here's a scene where he throws stuff at people. And you're like, yeah, okay. That's about it until, I guess, because when Season 1 was coming out and they were showing images of filming Season 2, we were already at a point of being like, so Bullseye and Daredevil are going to work together. Great. Like, that's some kind of...
Like?
And it's just funny to now see in context a lot of where those images came from, and just feel like, yeah, they didn't really do much of a job regarding this, like, justifying any of this. We'll get to the worst part of it, right? The nature of what should be done about Bullseye. Because, my God.
Yeah. So, Dex goes to the diner, takes a seat. He orders a banana milkshake with whipped cream.
That's how you know he's a psycho.
I had a banana milkshake recently.
Are you a psycho too?
I'd like to think not. But
he's reviewing this show, so
it's the worst. It's the worst milkshake.
I don't normally have banana milkshakes. I figured I'd try, because I normally get like vanilla or caramel if I'm gonna get a milkshake.
Caramel?
But this day, yes.
Caramel is the
Caramel.
worst
Caramel,
one.
Yeah.
No, just caramel.
Carpenter?
I don't think so. I don't think Dex knows how to do carpentry. But anyway, he gets the banana milkshake, and he sees some cutlery around, and there's a few lobsters hanging out in their little aquarium. Can you call it an aquarium? There wasn't any, like, little...
Like a tank, right?
Pops in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's a tank.
The murder tank.
So, Dex calls the task force hotline and flatly says, I think I saw Frank Castle at this diner. Shit, he's got a gun. He basically says it like that, because like, haha, see? I'm pretty sure, he talked about, Wilson, Bethel. He talked about, like, the sort of, his sort of understanding of why, like, Dex would sort of act this way and not put any sort of emotion or any inflections or anything into it. And it's like, damn, man, you're thinking about it a little bit more than the writers. I'm pretty sure he's talking to the writer, and I feel like the writer was having that, oh, yeah, sort of energy of just like, yeah, okay, sure, mate. Like, yeah, okay, I'll take that.
Many fucking such cases. Stranger Things obviously coming to mind. But the way to think about this as well, because it's always in retrospect you get to pick this shit up. What is his goal right now? It is to wait until he gets his best opportunity to kill Wilson Fisk, right? That's it?
Yeah, pretty much.
And so obviously you might be thinking to yourself, like, oh yeah, because in Season 1 he tried to assassinate him and for some reason only fired one bullet and somehow missed despite being Bullseye. And I mean missed because he didn't aim for his head. He aimed for his shoulder or something. Which, so already just crap. But then you'd be like, so what's taking him so long? I have no idea. Kingpin makes a lot of public appearances. He's in buildings with lots of windows. I don't know what's taking Dex so fucking long. Then secondly, what are you doing? Like, making so many public appearances and drawing a bunch of the task force to you if you're only... Because, like, this just jeopardizes your goal, which, by the way, it absolutely does. The results of this is that he nearly loses any chance of getting to Kingpin.
For some reason... he treats this as if it's part of his sort of, because it's something you'll talk about later, you know, one good deed to balance the scales. For some reason, he considers this part of it, even though later he's pretty explicit that it would be about getting, you know, like basically Fisk or Vanessa. Yeah. So I was like, dude, what are you doing? This is just for the trailer. This is for an opening action scene.
I'm talking about the fucking Kylo Ren of it. Like, it's, you know, whenever the writers decide, it's like, nah, he's actually just vengeful. Nah, he's just really angry. Nah, he's just kind of apathetic. Nah, he's just going through life doing whatever. Nah, it's a one good deed thing. He's trying to do some recovery for this character, you know?
That's like Christian or something. That's like Catholicism or something like that, right?
Well, it just gets to a point where it's like, whatever you think is happening, go with that. You're like, okay, yeah, this is a great character.
They'll leave it up to you to figure out, because they haven't quite figured it out themselves yet.
Also, what happened to his gun?
Like, why he's wearing it? He wears it on his chest and he just doesn't use it.
Nah, it doesn't work anymore. He must use
it's broken.
What does he use? What's the first thing he shoots at someone?
A toothpick through a straw.
A toothpick.
Yeah, he shoots a toothpick through a straw. Then he uses the cutlery, and then he uses a lobster claw. That's what happens. The task force come in. There's a big fight scene with jazz music playing.
Which sort of
he throws some shit at them.
Reminds me of the fact that is it in the previous season where he like blows a broken tooth out of his mouth and it somehow goes through a man's head. Is that really? Is that your power set? I thought you were just scarily accurate.
Well, I mean, you know, in season 3 of the original series, I think you were solely to conclude it's throwing shit.
It's not like he can just
sort of do literally anything like with any part of his body and make it work. It's like, no, he's really good at throwing things. But if you like were to disable his hands, that would kind of just be it for him, you know?
No, we're at the point where he could do it with his feet. He could do it with his nose if he gets it in the nostril.
He could do it with his ass if he wanted to. Like, he'd do a spin and then hit something with his bum and send it flying at, like, you know, 1,000,000 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what he does. He kills them all. It's playing jazz music. Oh, wow, real television show. Oh. And then he declares himself to be one of the good guys before painting the Bullseye logo on the front door with tomato sauce.
He sure does, and that's supposed to be some kind of big ol' like hell fucking yes to this show. We're so back sort of
Doesn't
stuff.
a cop like go and lick that too, or like put it on his finger and lick it?
Sniff it.
Like,
I guess?
why would you assume that it? I don't know. He puts it like close to his face. Like he doesn't think, oh, maybe that's like blood after he killed like 16 people or whatever.
I mean, it could be anything, right?
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to like touch it.
Why? What are you scared?
The crime scene.
What's the matter? You scared? But anyway, this is yet another example of, dude, why would anybody want to be on the task force?
I don't know. They keep getting killed. Great
have
numbers.
A non-zero chance of like dying horribly by getting like a fucking fork thrown at your throat. You know, like. And even if you don't die, you've also got a really high chance of just getting the shit kicked out of you by Daredevil. I wonder what happens when they try to go for Spider-Man. Which, by the way, that feels like it needs to be mentioned. How does this show not automatically lose at least like 2 or 3 points for its writing with just the inability to acknowledge Spider-Man and his impact on the story? Right? Or Thunderbolts, or I mean, basically the world building, right? Like the world building, and instantly loses like 2 or 3 points, no matter how good the writing could rise up to be, just for not being in continuity with the rest of Marvel.
So hilarious that the Netflix show was basically an ugly duckling to the MCU in the sense of like, you're not quite allowed to be with us yet. You're not cool enough.
No, you can sort of vaguely reference Avengers or Hulk. You know, that's
that made it actually sit in better than this sits in with the current MCU, even though this has got full permission to do whatever it wants.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean it does. The thing is that in Daredevil season, kind of across all seasons, the scope is small enough that you can believe that this is going on, and it's not attracting that much attention from sort of the big players. I'd say that, you know, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, less so, can get away with it because of the nature of their powers.
Yeah.
And their impact, but Daredevil manages to exist pretty well, whereas here, the whole time, it's like, bro, where's Spider-Man? What's going on with Spider-Man? What's going on with the new Avengers, you know?
And where are all the new task force members coming from, man? They just
I just
keep
don't know why
coming out of a
spawn.
There's a Vita chamber in the HQ. It's just
yeah, maybe. But yeah, that's the opening scene. Wow, amazing. We got another really embarrassing sort of anti-Fisk thing. This is the last one though. You'll be glad to know that we don't see anymore because we're developing the BB storyline.
Dude,
from
it's
this
crazy
point on.
to know that story now in full. What a shit show!
Yes, in full. We'll talk about that. Not this week because it ends next time. But this is about Kingpin's boxing match. What did you describe this as, Nick? The boxing match thing?
It's just Jake Paul. It's like YouTube boxing. I have no idea why the mayor would be allowed to do this. This is like if Robert Baratheon fucking fought or whatever. Remember when Ned's like, no one here will actually go against you. Like, why the fuck would they do a charity boxing event with the mayor?
Well,
It's
it works though. Look, loads of people turn out. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's raising money for the revitalization project, which we would not really hear anything about ever again after this episode.
But if they wanted to raise money for the revitalization project, I understand they want to do it like locally, but there's no way if the mayor did fight, which would never happen, it would happen in Madison Square Garden. Like objectively, that would be where they'd make money. They wouldn't do it in like
Fogwell's gym.
Yeah, they're doing it in the gym where Matt's dad fought, which is like it's like super personal and has nothing to do with any of the reason why they'd actually host the boxing event. Like none of this makes sense to me at all.
No, there's no in-universe explanation for it because you can't even say, well, Madison Square Garden would be harder to secure because if you acknowledge the security concern, this shouldn't be happening anyway, anywhere. It's just, like, why is the mayor going publicly in a boxing ring surrounded by people who want to kill him?
The answer is really simple. It's like the biggest set that were willing to pay for or could afford. That's all. Like, it's a pretty small venue. It's maybe got like 200 people watching. It's really very small.
We've said before, and it's a fucking constant, knowing that Bullseye is coming to kill you all the time, and your defense mechanism is, I'll just carry on doing whatever I'm doing. Remember when
sort of Staterati with guns?
There was like a mutant threat in Days of Future Past, and they basically in the 70s they went down into the bunker and hid into like a tiny little metal block, and then Magneto yanks it out of the ground. Like, point being, despite the great efforts, they still can't keep themselves safe. That's the kind of thing we should be dealing with here, that Bullseye has to deal with like a compound that's insanely protected and he can still get through it because of his insane power.
Like, we sure hope these guys with guns will stop the dude who has like superhuman aim and basically can't miss. A guy who can ricochet bullets.
He can ricochet to the point where if you've got a hallway, he can get you while spinning in 360 with a bobble. Like,
like, I don't know why the show doesn't seem to realize, like, Daredevil is, like, uniquely positioned to be able to counter Bullseye, and even he struggles with it.
Yeah.
A normal person, like, the reality is Luke Cage, even with his, like, bullet, because his eyes ain't bulletproof, or, like, he'd even be, like, sort of at risk, like, dealing with someone like Bullseye.
He'd have to wear goggles.
Oh, they have to be really strong goggles.
The ones they wear in those, like, when a saw blade flicks up into the goggles and it blocks it, you need one of them.
So, anyway, we're at a little hideout, and Karen is like recording the testimony of all of the civilians that they rescued. And Jack, Duquesne, he's out. He's gonna
Swordsman.
So I'm gonna get out of here, but he basically gives Daredevil and Karen like a blank check, which I don't even know if anything really comes of that. He says basically,
well, how does he have that? Didn't he say that they froze his money?
All of his stuff was forfeited.
But he's got the super duper. He's got it sorted. He's got
a Cayman Islands account. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, or something like that. It is funny, though, that they do mention that all of his money got taken. It's like, nah, he's got money. But we're not even really going to do anything with the fact that he's giving them money. It doesn't really change anything about their operations.
Maybe it's a season 3 thing, because it's certainly nothing I've seen yet in season 2.
Nope. That's it. He's gone.
And he says, because they do the sort of the Batman conversations, that you're a symbol now.
No.
Yeah.
It's not really working in this situation.
Simultaneously banking on such a huge history while ignoring it all the time in so many different ways. Like, you know, Daredevil, the fact that you mean something to people now. Like, yeah.
Even though the show wants to simultaneously argue at this point in the story, Fisk is like popular, which is just impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, it flips like on a scene by scene basis. And like it's sometimes in the same conversation. It'll be one of those that comes up later. I think it's in the next episode where after the certain person gets killed, people are turning out en masse to mourn her, and also everyone hates Kingpin and they want to fuck him. And it's like, well, that's the same person saying the same lines in the same scene, and it doesn't really line up at all. But they haven't bothered with any world building stuff.
Nope. So, Angela, you remember her? I feel like I need to remind you guys occasionally.
We have this meme again of like, please stop making characters up.
That's the new white tiger with the mystical amulet that we still, as of these next 3 episodes and the one after that, I don't know what it does.
It's so funny. It's so cheap too that they just constantly avoid having to deal with whatever it does. She just is in scenes and can do things. You know why? Like because of the amulet.
So I watched this maybe like 90 minutes ago, and I could have sworn Angela was the mum, but. Oh well.
No.
Soledad is her name, right?
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah, that's her name.
Because she's doing
the subtitles.
she's doing her little speech that will get shown later in episode 6, and wow, it's great. It really makes you think or something. So Angela offers to. There's an SD card that's got like all of the recorded testimonies. And she offers to, hand it off, and they're like, "Oh, you ready for this? Oh, no, yeah, be careful." Anyway, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. And then Daredevil's Spidey sense goes off because I don't know what to call it other than that. It's like, oh, suddenly he notices like some danger, and in this case, it's that he suddenly notices that the first mate on the Northern Star. You remember that big plot point? He's there. He's just outside. It is like Spidey sense now. Daredevil's powers. It just activates at the moment of potential peril.
How did he find them though? Because Daredevil, fair enough. He's got all kinds of magical powers, whatever the fuck. But like, this guy just turns up, and apparently he's found them that easily. And no one in the task force has used the same reasoning, same chain of evidence, and turned up before him. No one was keeping track of him or looking for him, because that's what they were doing for the first couple of episodes.
There is no explanation for how he finds them. He just does. This is the level of writing in this show, basically. It's just like, yep, there he is. He found them in their secret hideout. They're specifically hiding out.
It's going to keep coming up, and I want to keep complaining about it, the Daredevil power shit, because I know you just mentioned the whole comparison with Spidey sense, but it truly is. He'd switch on, switch off at any random time. If you watch season 1 again, the amount of efforts they put into explaining just how powerful he is with that aspect... It's so immensely frustrating watching this stupid show.
The big thing for him, like him being a ninja, like that's super useful. But there's heaps of ninjas. They're not as effective as Daredevil is. It is his senses. That's the edge. That's
scene that we kind of liked in season 1 with Punisher. When he's gonna go see him, he enters the room and Daredevil is like, Frank. Frag, and then Frag just appears to the left of the camera, comes onto the screen and just grabs him. And he's like, whoa! Yeah. It's just like, Frank isn't a ghost, bro. Like, how are you?
Exactly where it is.
What's going on?
You can smell what he had for breakfast 4 days ago.
It's so stupid and annoying, and it just wastes loads of opportunities while also making Daredevil look like a fucking idiot.
Yep. But there he is, the first mate, and he's gonna help. He's offering to help. Wow.
Cool.
So,
what information is there left to extract from the Northern Star plotline? Because I thought that had sort of run its course way before. Like, they know it was smuggling guns, but they also know it was smuggling guns to Kingpin's private fucking port. So surely the ship part of that, there's not really any mystery left to it or any big revelation that can come from it. Like, you know where all the weapons are and you know what's going on there. So why do we need the Northern Star guy again? Did I miss something, or is that just?
It is as simple. It is so simple that I think that you've actually. It's so dumb rather that I think you've actually like almost discounted it from your mind, which is they just want to get him to just say what they already know because they believe that will be enough to essentially turn the tide against Fisk. Just get this guy to say, "Oh yeah, I was on it and it was moving weapons."
As opposed to just, I don't know, sneaking in with a camera into the port and filming it, and then releasing that footage.
One of my favorite moments of this, I think it's in a set of episodes, is when we realize that the task force have a bunch of weapons now. They're opening boxes and they've got all weapons and stuff, and it's like, oh god, the task force, now they have guns.
Oh wait, I thought they already had them.
They had loads of guns anyway. I don't even like. It was such a weird scene of like, oh no.
Yep. So Vanessa, she's heading upstate to meet with the governor, and you know she's frustrated because Fisk is sending her away because you know it'd be too dangerous for her to go to the boxing match. That's the scene. Anything anybody wants to talk about with this one?
I'm just waiting for something to fly through the window and kill the both of them. But you know,
nah.
Is this the scene where she says, "I couldn't back Mayor Fisk, but I could back"?
No, well that's later when she does meet the governor. I got more to say about that scene. This one I consider a waste of time. It's just like, oh, you're sending me away. It's too dangerous, Vanessa. And then that's it. There you go. But yeah, then we come back to the hideout where basically it is just as simple as the first mate says he can connect the weapons on the ship to Fisk, and it's literally just as simple as we were moving weapons for Kingpin. That's all he's
rounding
got.
up and imprisoning people without trial. He's disappearing random civilians left, right, and center, and everybody knows about it. So I think that probably is slightly above. Oh, and also he's smuggling guns because he's already a Nazi, and now he's an armed Nazi.
Well, yeah,
but
it is like, but the show seems to still be like, oh yeah, but he's popular. It's like, dude, I don't know, man. If there's like one simple thing that you know, if there's something that can be said for the nature of politics, like, dude, chaos is bad for you politically. If there's just crazy shit happening all the time and everything is really unstable and tumultuous, you're screwed.
Again,
like,
they could have used the events of Thunderbolt. They could have said that he unified the city across the course of the crazy,
you
know, blah blah blah. Like he helped people get. I don't know exactly how you contextualize it because that film is insane too. But you know, work it in slightly instead of announcing like, yeah, we don't know what the fuck happened in Thunderbolts and we don't care. You're like, okay.
Yeah, don't give a shit.
As people mentioned, the blip, of course, would have been a huge boon to this storyline because you could just said he guided the whole city or whatever. It also just helps with the aging because D'Onofrio's getting a bit on, you know. And I specifically think of the fight scene in, I want to say episode 6, where it's just clearly not him throughout all of it.
Yeah. You just the visual that played on screen was painful, and that's where we're up to. So, Matt and Karen, you know, they're gonna go find Kirsten, bring her to the hideout. Kirsten is the lawyer friend of Matt. They're friends. If you forgot who she was, and you know, this isn't going to be difficult for them to arrange because the fight, you know, most of the task force will be at the fight. And Matt mentions it's being hosted at Fogwell's gym. And then this show rudely plays footage from season 1 of Daredevil. Look at that.
The thing is, and everyone agrees on this, the second it cuts
so
to
much
it,
better.
Yeah, you immediately go like, wait, oh. And you're like, yeah, that's just the footage as it used to look.
They shouldn't do this to themselves. They should not do this because every time they do, it's like, dude, the original series, the lighting, the composition, the grain, it's just got so much texture. But we're gonna play something I enjoy is that the show is actually inconsistent about the aspect ratio. Most of the time when they play the footage from the original series, they'll show it in the 16:9 aspect ratio, but there are a couple of instances where they crop it. So it's not even something that they apply consistently, which I find amusing, considering that they to some extent went to efforts to be sort of doing that later for we'll talk about that next episode. But yeah, very rude. Very, very rude. Everything that you feel, that's meant to evoke, it's all from a different show. Totally different show that actually earned those feelings. So don't let them trick you guys. Though I hardly expect that any of you lads are getting tricked by this.
We don't even need a guess, judging by the viewership. I don't know I'd be curious how many people in this chat in percentage numbers saw this. It's gonna be low.
It's gonna be pretty low, yeah. So Matt then exposits some of the last memories of my father are in that gym. Unbelievable. Why would he say that? Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
we know, dude. You know, dude. Why would you say that? But then Matt believes at this point. He has like a moment of, sort of a revelation, like, oh, Fisk is luring Daredevil and Bullseye to the gym. It's a trap. So now this is Daredevil's mission, is to go find Bullseye. It's literally as simple as that. Oh, I guess that's what it's about. Okay, better go find Bullseye. That's like the inciting incident for this episode. Oh, I guess that's what's happening. All right, gotta go find Bullseye now.
It just happens to be correct, so good stuff.
And then, probably something to be said for this. So before he leaves, Matt tells Karen that he loves her.
It's so sterile, dude. These people used to have chemistry. I don't know what's gone. Well, I do know what's happened, but you know what I mean. Like, oof.
No, it's been sapped. This is a big moment, and it doesn't feel like a big moment. It feels very clinical.
Well, them being together almost feels like fan service at this point, as opposed to anything. Like these two are together because you guys want them together, right? And you're like,
It definitely doesn't fit the actual story. I mean, they had a conversation yet about the fact that she basically abandoned him for all of last season? Because that sort of seems like the sort of thing that should have come up.
We don't talk about that.
Didn't. No, we
don't.
This
is the before times. This is the good team now.
Well, and something that is kind of awkward going. I mean, it's funny talking about comic accuracy. Matt is like terrible when it comes to relationships and women. It's like one of his big failings. But I figure that's something that they're probably going to just abandon completely, because they would have like no interest in essentially breaking up this relationship that I don't think should even happen. It's sort of, the show's already, the original series has already been there and sort of done that and come to a conclusion on that, which is, it's not going to work because Matt's he's a bit crazy, right? It's like Elektra's, but I mean, she's probably coming back as well. It would seem. So
bring them all back.
I wonder what.
Stuff them all.
I wonder what will come of that. Anyway. Meanwhile, Dex he's watching a promotion, like an ad for the fight on his TV, and he turns off the TV by throwing a queen through the screen and destroying it.
Seems a bit silly.
Seems a bit stupid, really.
Yeah.
So then Task Force, they raid the offices of Murdoch and McDuffie, and that's where Kirsten is. Powell claims that under the Safer Streets Act, he doesn't even need a warrant or probable cause.
It's gotten so funny. He may as well just run around. Like, I will say, weirdly, Powell amuses me whenever he turns up. He's such a silly character.
He's just this goober. And he has a very funny voice. He's got like a Fisk adjacent sort of voice.
Funny voice, weird deliveries. He has these pauses all the time when he talks to people that feel like the editor didn't catch them or the direction's not catching them or something. But then the other thing is his attitude doesn't match his life. Like, he should be in constant fear.
He should be terrified.
It's just everyone hates him. Everyone wants to kill him. All of his men are dying around him constantly. But he's always just like, nah, we're dominated. Everything's going great. This is just wonderful.
It's weird that he almost seems to have the most appropriate attitude for the actual, like the way the show actually works. Because everyone else goes around and pretends like they're in some serious piece of drama. And he just comes in and is like, nah, fuck it. And that's kind of, there is no law, there are no rules. You can just do what you want when you want, and when it's time for you to die, you'll die, and you'll probably be happy about that too.
He says something particularly amusing, because they're looking for Duquesne, and Kirsten refuses to answer any questions, appealing to attorney-client privilege, which prompts Powell to say, I don't give a fuck about your attorney-client, whatever the fuck. It's like, dude, Who is this character?
I don't care about warrants. I don't care about the law. I'll just kill everyone, including babies. Like, you're just waiting for him to say it.
And then he leaves. That's
yeah,
it.
That's what he does. That's what Powell does, man.
He can't get anything. But as he leaves, he knocks over a statue of Lady Liberty. So it's very not Lady Liberty, Lady Justice.
I'm gonna be really sad when Powell dies. By the way.
Yeah, he's actually virtually become one of my favorite characters in the show. He's just
so amusing.
He's kind of an agent of chaos. You know? Like he's just this chaotic.
Dude, he's gonna be
psycho.
He's gonna be like Little Bill when he finally dies. He's gonna be like, "This wasn't supposed to end like this. I can't die. This is ridiculous. What's going on?"
But I mean, I feel like that line though about like I don't give a fuck about you know all that. It's like, dude, this is like the show. It's not a serious or real TV show. I don't know why anybody would think that it is. I don't even know that I believe anybody thinks that it is.
It's like in a perpetual state of trying to prove that it is, and everyone is, who's actually watching it and enjoying it. It's like, yeah, it totally is. And it's like, guys, we all know it's not. Come on.
Yeah, like this is farcical. Oh yeah, it comes in, doesn't even need probable cause. So it's like, what? So why are you even there? Like, what do you mean? You know, like, what does that? Because in this case, it's just whatever. We got a really stupid scene here. Really, pretty much anytime it's Fisk, it gets pretty bad. So Fisk, he seethes to Buck in his little warehouse. He's really mad about the leaking thing. You remember that plot? That's continuing, the leaking stuff. He's mad. But Shaggy's there. That's Charles, but I'm gonna call him Shaggy from. I don't know if I started calling him Shaggy last time, but.
Let's just put it this way. Calling him Shaggy gives people a better idea of what this scene is than if you said Charles. There's no way.
Yeah.
They'd picture Xavier before anything else. They wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so it's Shaggy. He's here. He's being silly. He's waffling about how wombat poop is cube-shaped.
Yeah, because quirky.
Yep.
That's him.
Quirky. He's really important and powerful, but he's kind of he's a funny and silly little goober. Doesn't that make you uncomfortable or something?
No.
It's like, well, no, because as it turns out, he's actually like really incompetent. It's kind of on full display in this scene. Basically, Shaggy is mad that the weapons have not yet been moved overseas. But Fisk retorts that attempting to move them now is too risky, and Shaggy points out that Fisk is like, well, you know, maybe you can't even do this anymore. Maybe you're not even in a position to, like, fulfill your obligations, which prompts Fisk to pathetically say, you are overreaching. I am not your employee. And then Buck puts his hand on his holster, and so two of Shaggy's armed goons step out. And then Shaggy tells Buck to lower his hands, and so Buck just draws his gun and shoots the two goons. Which means Shaggy is fucked. That's what happens here. Like, those two guys getting shot, Shaggy is, like, actually at Fisk's mercy here. He's screwed. He had no backup plan. He has no more protection, no escape route. If Fisk decided to just have Buck shoot him here, he wouldn't be able to stop him. That would just be it for him.
This seems so weird because... Buck is basically discount Bullseye at this point. He's gunman and his aim is ridiculously good. Is his thing,
but he
can't
funny. Throw stuff as good. So he's just worse Bullseye.
But the scene itself is just it runs so weirdly. Buck notices the two of them before they get onto screen, and their guns aren't even aiming at him. And he puts his hands up. It's like that's not what Buck would do. You just shoot them, wouldn't he?
No. And then
he just does.
And then he does. Yeah,
like,
he just
wait,
does.
What?
And then Shaggy's just like, oh shit, I guess fuck. That's basically it. And then Fisk leaves.
And that's the thing, is that when you want to do that discordant sort of, I mean, Joker in The Dark Knight is like a good example of someone who can present almost comedically, but it's quite clearly it's like a thin veneer over something that is ruthless and highly competent, and that's what makes it unsettling. It's that you can tell he's acting, and then he will quite frequently break the act very suddenly and dramatically to let you know that he is someone to be taken extremely seriously. If in this version you get a guy who turns up and he acts like a clown, and then he acts like a clown, he sounds like a clown, and then his plan is clownery, why? Like, what am I investing in here? Because now you're just wasting my time with like cube-shaped wombat poo. What are we doing? He's not. So I don't care about this man. He's given me nothing.
No, Shaggy's been a complete fucking waste of time, which is saying something for this show.
Yeah, he's a waste of time in a show that often wastes a lot of time.
And like, by the way, it is just funny that it's like 2 dead guys now. Like, does that matter at all? It's like, nah, they'll be gone in the next scene. No, because
the violence in this show doesn't matter. There's a episode 6 in particular has a moment that we'll get there. So that's it. That's the scene basically. Fisk just says, "Shut the fuck up and wait," and then leaves, and that's kind of it. And it's like, oh, okay, all right, whatever. So Karen shows up at the Murdoch and McDuffie offices wearing a wig.
I love her wig. It's so funny. The arc for that wig is hilarious.
Yes, the conclusion is very amusing.
It got the biggest laugh out of me, I think, from the whole show. What happens to that wig? So sad, tragic.
They're doing character stuff here with Kirsten about like, oh, Matt, you know what's going on with him? I don't care about that. She agrees to talk to the first mate. That's it. That's the scene.
All right.
Anybody got anything to add? Yeah, and I didn't think so. Yeah, Vanessa meets with the governor, McCaffrey. They have a really boring conversation, but it is also kind of an annoying conversation. To more or less summarize what the governor is all about, she just outright states that she doesn't trust Fisk or like the way that he wields power, yet it must be noted that she's done nothing about it for several months. She wasn't even a character in season 1. And then she heaps nothing but praise on Vanessa and basically states that she could have achieved everything that she's achieved by herself.
Boring.
And so wonders why she even has anything to do with Fisk.
Enough. At this point, I almost want Vanessa to be dead, you know? It would be better if she was just out of the show.
What's the governor's priorities? Like, I don't like the way Fisk uses his power to lock people up without trial, brutalize them in the streets, smuggle weapons. But if I know that there's a strong woman behind him, I'm fine with it. Like, what is this character?
Well, yeah, and then she talks about like, oh, you know, you're like doing infrastructure projects. It's like, dude, there's nothing about that. And also, like, it's an infrastructure project that you know that they're personally making lots of money from, where they would be totally free from U.S. jurisdiction.
It's insane.
And Fisk is a criminal, and you don't care. And you have the power to put an end to it immediately. And then what? But you know, she says basically, and I find this amusing because the show seems to think, we've set up the conflict to come later, which is that the governor, she can't back Fisk on his own, but she is willing to back Mayor and Mrs. Fisk.
Ugh.
That's something she can get behind. Something I find amusing about the way that the show talks about Vanessa, and it's kind of inexplicable because they know like what her story was. She was an art dealer. That was her job.
Like, no. I remember the original show. She was an art dealer as a cover. She was actually wasn't she like the queen pin of the underground sort of crime syndicates all over the world?
The first time that she gave a go at being a criminal, she made a big mistake. She made a big mistake that basically got Kingpin fucked, like big time.
No, she was the reason everything worked perfectly well, and he actually kind of ruined it by coming back. That's what I remember. So
they just don't understand like what role she played in the. She's changed into something that's very lame and annoying.
They don't understand what role they played before. You're like, which character? Oh,
yeah. But that's that scene. And then we got Angela hands the SD card to some guy. That's that scene. We can move on. The scene is longer than that. It's like a minute. We're very efficient with the use of time in this show. So meanwhile, Matt has acquired some task force attire. So he bulldozes his way into the diner so that he can investigate the crime scene. You know, like, oh, get out of here or else I'm gonna mess you up. Get going. And so he looks around and he finds the coin because Dex was messing with a coin in there, which, he did that in season 3 of the original series. Wow. It's nice that they remember that detail. Shame they forget about all the important stuff. But yeah, he finds the coin and it's a Clinton Street Church coin. I was like, ooh, okay. At which
Wait,
for the first time, in the entirety of this show, Matt Murdock goes to church.
I just before that though, I just want to say like Bullseye happening to use that coin. So if he hadn't, Matt would be fucked.
That would yes.
How fucking stupid is that? And the fact that he's done this compromises Bullseye's ability to do the one thing he wants to do now. Again, it's just so stupid.
It does. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there he goes. He goes to church. And the show, again, rudely plays footage from the original series.
Of course.
It drives me crazy. It makes me so angry when I see them do that. It's like, dude, fuck you guys. That's not your show. You're ruining it. Don't drag it into your crap.
We made the joke that Captain Marvel would often, like it always felt like she was photoshopping herself into the Avengers. It feels like this show is photoshopping itself into it's like it's not Born Again, is it? It's just season 5 of you're like no stop it. No.
So he Matt takes a seat and he begins to pray and he says, Saint Lucia, your beautiful name signifies light. By the light of the faith that God bestowed upon you, increase and preserve this light in my soul so that I may avoid evil, be zealous in the performance of good works, and abhor nothing so much as the darkness of evil and sin. Amen. And you might hear that and be like, right, so what are we to do with that? And what I would do with that is that I consider this scene to be really disingenuous. They've done this before. They'll just have Matt recite some prayer and then just sort of continue with the episode, never actually incorporating Matt's faith like into the storyline. It drives me mad
because
like
they have somebody who like doesn't understand anything about religion like design all of like the religious scenes in the show.
Just flip through a book of quotes and they're like, "Oh, that one looks good. Look at that one."
Like they don't seem to understand, and I don't know how it's possible that they don't understand it, which is like Matt's Catholicism is like a central element of the character. It's like at the core of the moral conundrums that he's dealing with is the fact that he believes that God exists, that he believes in the existence of heaven and hell and sin, and that the things that he chooses to do are going to have some impact on where he's going to go, when it's all said and done. But they're not like interested in actually incorporating that into any of the debates or conversations about, the way that he's going to deal with any of the challenges before him. Of course, I am reminded it's one of
Well, they would argue that they absolutely have, because this is central to the debate as to whether or not he's going to allow Bullseye to live, and what price mercy and redemption at the cost of potentially greater violence after the fact. I think they would argue that that is exactly what Daredevil has always been. That is exactly how you incorporate his Catholicism into his story. You're giving him a debate. Do I save this horrible, horrible person or not? I'm more on your side. I think that's like, at best, that's like the second-hand memory of the way the Daredevil show used to run. And so they're sort of aware that like a sort of conundrum with a vague Catholic flavor is basically all you're going to get out of them.
Yeah, pretty much. You're not going to have him talking to Father Lantom about like the existence of the devil, sort of how he manifests in the world, and what should be done to stop him, and the cost that will have on Matt's soul. That's one of my favorite scenes in the whole show is him talking to Father Lantom about
I miss Father Lantom.
No, he was a great. I mean, a lot of the great scenes in that show, especially in season 1, are those two talking. I mean, it's the opening scene, right? Of this is what I mean, man. It wasn't like it's. Dude, this is like what makes the character super cool to me, among many other things. Like, and to me, I view this as basically just disingenuous. Have him go in and recite a prayer, and then like not actually do anything with it, because like you're not very interested in dealing with his faith, even though you're kind of obliged to. He's called Daredevil, but he's a Catholic. Like. It's very interesting. There's so much there to extract.
But the modern writers' room probably walked in and they're like, "Oh, we're doing the church, so that's what Fisk uses to like maliciously target the underprivileged, right?" Oh no, the hero actually goes there. Oh, wow, that's subverting expectations. Okay.
What would Matt ask if he went to church? Please help me, God. Please help me think that evil is bad, and that I should fight it.
I think this is all.
Yeah, basically,
it's all bad enough, but like this will really come to a head when it comes to the conflict of should we kill our enemies, which is unironically going to be tried by the people who make this show. They're going to try that conversation, and it is exactly. You know what? I think it's even more embarrassing than I expected for them to be able to pull off.
It is more embarrassing. I mean, to give a spoiler, Matt's not going to appeal to his faith when that conversation arises.
Matt's not going to appeal to fucking anything.
He's not going to appeal to anything, but yeah, certainly not his beliefs. It just drives me crazy. It's how you not going to be dealing with Matt's Catholicism? Like, how you not going to be dealing with that? This is Daredevil. You have to. You're obliged to. And if you're not interested in doing that, like, why are you even bothering? But yeah, no, just have him like say a prayer and then just move. Because once that the prayer's done, and then we're just back to plot. Basically, the seminarian approaches. Matt says he's looking for Bullseye. Seminarian points out that he can't turn Dex over, but then he does.
Then he does.
He just does. And then that night, Dex walks into his apartment, takes a CD out of his Walkman, and throws it at Daredevil, who tosses it back at him. You have to show it because it looks really bad. Like, the physics doesn't work.
It actually just reminded me of the 2000s, like a badly done little... You know, like the 2000s did all that shit with zooming into mechanics of stuff. Movies did that every once in a while. This felt like one of those scenes. Where it's just so overly produced. Also, I don't even
listening to. Why has he got a Walkman?
I don't know.
2026.
Look
at that.
I also don't think if you throw a disc, like a CD, that hard, it'll just smash against the wall, right? It wouldn't fucking bury itself in.
Will shatter. It's not going to side through fucking concrete.
Mm-hmm. Look at that. Wow.
That's the power of Blu-ray.
It's not Blu-ray. He's listening to Walkman.
No, it's a Blu-ray disc. He's listening to 10,000 trillion albums all at once.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that with a download code. This is why physical media matters.
Yeah.
So,
dude, these are the discs that they tell you about. Meanwhile, the discs that I have are like the Wii U ones that have disc rot and like little holes starting to poke through them because they made really shitty ones.
Or UMDs. Did any of you guys ever break a UMD? It fucking sucked.
It sounds like a nuclear weapon. What the fuck is a UMD?
No, it's PlayStation Portable.
PSP discs, yeah.
Yeah.
But they come in those little... It's like a disc that's in a container, and if you broke the container, you were fucked. You just have to, try to repair it. I used to, I had a couple that was sellotaped sort of thing.
Wait, maybe this is a criticism of American walls. Like, you guys have, stone and shit, and we have, walls of paper, so that actually makes sense.
It just chops down the whole building.
That is pretty funny, because when I saw stuff in shows of people punching through walls, I was like, how can you do that? How's that possible?
He's really strong. It's like, no, we have really bad architecture.
You just have really, really thin walls. Now I'm just thinking about we're on the other side of these paper thin walls, and you're talking about injecting DNA into an egg. Well, yeah, this is what I care about. Yeah, that's the problem. You care about stupid shit.
Show is dead, by the way.
These two fight. Pretty awkward. Poorly choreographed.
Poorly choreographed.
It's poorly choreographed shot. And Daredevil beats the shit out of Dex while screaming, as you do. There you go. Look, he Daredeviled. And so Dex's neighbor walks in, and Dex immediately takes her hostage because he's a bad man. And so Dex screams, "One good deed." And he brings up Vanessa and Foggy, and Daredevil tells him to shut the fuck up, which he ignores. And Dex says, "I had to get out. I had to get my mind back. And one good deed, it levels the scales again, which causes Daredevil to have a mini crash out, which apparently people on Twitter really liked."
Wouldn't you have a crash out, though? This guy keeps screaming one good deed after he killed 6 people. Is the next one the good deed?
I'm just saying he did have a little mini crash out.
Dude, I have one deed that I am going to do, and it does not matter how many people I fucking kill to do that one
So,
good deed.
He's crazy.
If we can be clear about how broken this character is, so because he yells here and in future that he had to do it, he had to do what Vanessa told him to do. It was his only chance to get out. He's currently on the run. He's a wanted man from basically everybody, actually, at this point. And so he's saying like that's how he lives right now. And he's saying he was in the institution, whatever. And Vanessa signs him out under the agreement that he kill Foggy. It's like, sure, thumbs up. Leaves, gets all of his weaponry, and then actually kills Foggy. Why not just not do that?
Why not just leave? Well, and especially when doing that gets him into a fight with Daredevil that nearly gets him killed, and then he goes back to jail anyway.
Exactly. So,
what an idiot.
To me, the writers had to solve the problem of Bullseye kills Foggy, why? And we got to make it a really interesting thing. And all they had was Vanessa told him to do it. Ooh, Vanessa. Ooh.
Yeah, because you
and
thought
you're
it
sitting
would
there
be
like,
Fisk,
what?
but it was her.
Why would he do that? Like, why would he kill Foggy? And then the show actually wants to now flip around to he didn't want to kill Foggy, but he had to. And it's like, what do you mean he had to?
No, he didn't. He didn't have to do anything. As soon as he gets out, he can go for Vanessa, which was what he was doing at the end of season 3 for revenge for Julie, which this show I'm sure doesn't even remember her name.
They truly don't think 5 seconds ahead of where they're going. They're just like, how interesting is it that Vanessa told him to do it? And you're just sitting, you're like, why the fuck would she do that? Why is any of this happening?
Because the Agent Nadim stuff, all that, it's all good.
It's all good. Don't worry about it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So annoying, because he'll keep saying this, like, you had no choice sort of thing. It was just like, what do you mean? Talking about?
Yeah. Stupid. And then, Daredevil, he indulges Dex a little bit. And but he's gonna get Fisk. Dex is gonna get Fisk, and Daredevil retorts, I can't let you make a martyr out of him, which is a weird thing to say.
Oh, whatever.
Rather than like, I'm not gonna let you kill him because he's resolved not to do that. It's not like, well, the killing of him, like him being dead, that doesn't really bother me as much, but like you can't make a martyr out of him. It's like that is out of character. Sorry.
It's completely in character for the fucking character in this show. He doesn't seem to recognize any principles. He's just kind of like he's forced to not kill people when he doesn't even know why.
Yeah. They're like, oh, Daredevil has like a no-kill rule. What's that about? Oh, is it about him being Catholic? Nah.
No, just strategy. It would look bad if he killed people.
It would look bad.
The reason.
Yeah.
You'll turn everyone into a martyr.
You had all the time in this scene because this scene is set up so that you could kind of run it as long as you wanted to. It's a standoff. You have a hostage situation. You can have an actual deep, in-depth conversation with this that takes a while. It's not all that dissimilar, I guess, in setup to the rooftop scene, where obviously like a huge part of that episode between Daredevil and Punisher is the conversation between Daredevil and Punisher, but they have points of view and they have a moral disagreement, and it's interesting enough that they don't have to keep cutting away, or they don't think they need to rush past it and get on to something else, whereas this, they don't have points of view, and they're not interested enough in their own characters, and so they're like, well, let's just have them, I guess, talk about why killing is maybe bad sometimes, and then off we go, motorbike chase or something. I guess it's just a huge missed opportunity.
Funny, yeah. So Dex he tosses his neighbor to the ground. He scrambles down the stairs, and somehow Dex gets downstairs, steals a scooter, and rides off before Matt can catch him.
Yeah, we got to do this piece by piece because this shit was insane when I was watching it. Right?
It's basically Matt like he throws the neighbor to the ground, and Matt just sort of sits there for a while as he's holding the neighbor. He just sort of sits there, and he sits there for about like 2 or 3 seconds, and then Dex is downstairs. I think it's like the show's like, oh, he was delayed by the neighbor being there.
Chat, you need to appreciate that they needed to justify Daredevil being delayed by the neighbor having dropped on him, and this is how it looks. Look at this.
This is the delay. This is
what allows Dex to escape. What is this?
What is he trying to do with or to her while she's just flailing around?
I don't know. What is this?
This is Smithers flails pointlessly in Polish, and he's just there.
You might think, oh well, it's fine because Daredevil can like jump out the window, grapple back so it lands properly, and then be right there. And it's like, no, you can't do that.
He takes the stairs.
And then you'd be like, okay, despite all of that stupid shit and a fucking motorcycle, moped, whatever, appears right when Dex needs it and he gets onto it. It's like, well, unfortunately for Dex, Daredevil can basically map out the city in his head and he can hear you. He can lock into that, the sound of that. So you're doomed. He can follow you.
You need to go, like, on the streets and he can go wherever
He's
he
real
wants.
fucking fast and he can get on rooftops. It's like, yeah, so you don't feel to outrun him. But no, he just loses him. That's it.
It is real lucky that there was a scooter just coming down this street.
I'm just so crippled by the fact that they will never acknowledge Matt's powers anymore. It's so pathetic.
No, they're not interested in doing that. He has like spidey sense sometimes. That's his power.
He gets like almost out of breath running down the stairs already. It's just like, okay,
bro, you're a ninja.
He's a ninja.
But that's how they'll that's how it'll play out, so that they're split up for a while. I will say what's funny is that there's a lot of episode left, but I think we're gonna fly through it. It's so much of what's coming is a waste of time. Or they waste a lot of time
to what we've already done.
No, it's true, but it's really so. You know, Kirsten's talking to the first mate. It's the same information we already know. The first mate is then going to get picked up by U.S. Marshals. U.S. Marshals. We'll come back to that. But that's what's happening with him. And so then we see Daniel. There he is, and BB. They're waiting in line to see the fight. And that guy that Angela met shows up and he places the SD card in BB's coat pocket. She notices, and Daniel seems to notice. But he doesn't do anything about it.
Yeah. Are we supposed to interpret that way? I guess because you're right. It's like that kind of sets up later, doesn't it?
It sets up later. He seems to know something's up, but he doesn't act on it because he's a goober.
So what you're saying is, if this person having dropped this into a coat was actually an important item, if she was to secure it,
she would,
in any way, shape, or form, then he wouldn't be able to see what it was.
It would be really crazy if she left it in that specific coat pocket for days.
Yeah, that would be nuts. Even though she definitely knew it was there, felt it in her hand herself, and just left it in there.
And also notices that Daniel noticed. Like, he's got a very sus expression.
When he immediately looks at her pocket, too.
Yep.
Because now, looking back on this, so... Because, I mean, it's spoilers, but he checks her coat later.
And finds it.
So, and
he finds the card.
This is unbelievably fucking stupid, because it was like a gap in my memory of what this came from. But yeah, she just doesn't hide that. She doesn't even switch pockets. Like, just try that.
Nope.
Put it in your shoe.
Nope. Whatever. Anyway, Buck and Powell, they brief Fisk on the security measures that are in place, and Buck receives a call, and Fisk tells him to fuck off and deal with it.
Doesn't Powell do the meme of like, nobody's getting in here? Like, nobody.
Yeah,
it's just like, what are you talking about? It's Bullseye. He doesn't even need to be in the building to kill all of you.
Yep.
They never, ever, ever treat it. He keeps seeing all of his men get slaughtered, and he never acknowledges who Bullseye is. That's why Powell's funny.
So, which brings us to the fight. There is a lot of slow-mo in here to essentially cover up that not much is actually happening here. Basically, you know, the whole gang are there to watch the fight. Fisk comes out and they fight. Fisk dominates the other guy, just beats the shit out of him. Vanessa then shows up, surprises him. The other guy lands a punch, and then Fisk just knocks him out immediately. It's like, oh wow, look at him go. What I just described occupies about 5 minutes of screen time. There is a lot of slow-mo. A lot.
I forget, is the guy that he's fighting, does he matter at all?
No,
I think he's like he had like a great record, right? It was like 38-1 or something.
Oh.
Isn't that like
but we already knew, because like we've seen what Fisk does when he's fighting people, so like there was never any tension in that scene. I don't know if the show wanted there to be tension in it, but there wasn't.
No,
he gets hit the once after Vanessa distracts him.
He gets hit once in the beginning, the guy he's fighting, and he's like, oh, that's how you want to play it, right? And then Fisk just continues beating the shit out of him, maiming him like a fucking animal.
The only punch he lands is when he's distracted by Vanessa, and then
Yeah.
And then
I was just more concerned, like, what are the optics if he kills this guy? Mayor kills man in charity boxing match is not a great headline.
Well, he'll get really lucky because no one was there to see it because the stadium can't fit any people.
Well, yeah, there's only like 200 people here. It's pretty small venue, really.
It's a charity event. You only bring your 200 closest friends and family to your charity event.
And meanwhile, Buck just kills the first mate and the marshals that were protecting him.
Yep.
He gets a phone call about that and then just kills them. Nothing will come of this. I feel like there'd be consequences for Buck shooting 2 marshals.
You would think.
Nah. So that's it. Oh, look, Fisk is winning. He's won everything, totally and complete. Nothing comes of that, by the way. I mean, like, that guy's just got dead, and that's it. No consequences, nothing. They just end that problem. And then Bullseye just shows up and kills everybody.
The show sounds so silly, doesn't it? It
is
is
not?
but...
Yeah, when
like I interpreted that like they expected Bullseye to be there. Is that not what the show is trying to tell you?
Yes, it was a trap. So it was.
I have trapped you. I've put you in a position to
It's
kill
like handing him a gun, pointing it at your own head, and be like, "You are trapped. You must kill me." And so that's your only motivation. Because it's Bullseye. Why do they not remember what Bullseye could do?
Well, I mean, it plays out exactly as you would expect. He dominates everybody. Everybody who tries to stop him, he beats.
This is a fucking Palpatine plan. It's like, I've trapped you. Now grab the blade and strike me down. Like that's the only thing you'd get out of this.
At least Palpatine wanted that to happen.
And then so Bullseye, he grabs a glass figure. It's like of New York. It's like a little figure thing. And he tosses it at Fisk, who shatters it with his belt as Vanessa grabs her gun and shoots Bullseye.
So funny. See, I was trying to imagine how it would play out not in slow motion, and it kind of it feels a bit Benny Hill-ish.
Yeah, if you played it in fast motion, it would be like a comedy bit when you realize what actually happens.
What do you mean he slaps a flying statue of himself that's made of glass with a belt that he just won in a boxing match?
Don't you get it? It's his hubris, his ego.
Oh.
Yes, that's right.
Do sporting events just like have glass sculptures of locations in there?
This one
shouldn't.
I feel like there's like an intended like at a hockey game. I guess the best thing you could probably throw on the ice is a puck if you want to be a real asshole. But they kind of don't give you things that you could blow up in the arena.
It'd be pretty stupid, really, isn't it? Like
it'd be a weird thing to put in the gift shop.
But then Daredevil arrives at the last possible moment, grabs Bullseye, tackles him through a window. It's Floomp CGI. You need to show that of him tackling.
Just
Bullseye
one thing.
through the window.
It really bothers me that the only person to land a significant injury on Bullseye this season so far is Vanessa shooting him. It's like, fuck off.
It's really lame.
Like out from behind cover to do it as well, which seems not completely well motivated.
Yeah, pretty annoying. It is pretty annoying.
Sorry,
but he survived.
Which Floomp did you want to say?
So when Daredevil grabs Bullseye and like uses his baton to sort of fly through the window, it's Floomp CGI.
When they're going out the window?
Yeah, when they're going out the window, that is some CG Floomp right there.
Couldn't
you just have them go through the window? Couldn't just have them on wires go through the window?
No, that would be dangerous. And what if they get it wrong? They'd have to do it again. It would be expensive. Just make it all CGI.
Look at that. Look at that.
Almost looks
Look
like
how floopy it is.
I'm trying to see Bullseye's face. Like, I guess it's just in shadow there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, well, that is dark, but yeah, okay, sure.
I also just don't buy that Kingpin can be restrained by 2 people, which is what's happening in the previous scene, especially when Vanessa is the one in danger.
People are saying you could see the wire. Can you? That looks like...
No, that's just Daredevil's wire, isn't it?
Yeah, he shoots a wire to pull them out.
String. Yeah. Sorry, guys. The only floomp is that they are floompy men flying through a window.
Yeah, they would have brushed that out if there was action, but you can tell they look rubbery, and it's just the wire is just to justify he's grappling them through it. That's how they get.
So that's not what that is. So no, it's a different thing. But anyway, that's them, and they escape. The task force do not catch them. Bullseye is able to run away despite having a big old bullet hole in him that makes it basically impossible for him to walk in about 10 minutes here.
We gotta talk about this incredible cameo here from the Watcher, Uatu. This is such a, like, when I saw this getting posted, people were like, oh my god, it's the Watcher, and I think someone from the show was like, yeah, like some kind of confirmation. I was like, fuck off, this is just random. Like, what the fuck relevance would this ever have to anything? It's like, he's always watching. Just like, go away, please. You can see him in the window. Look at that.
Let's be real, none of you guys care either.
No.
Including the people who say that they care. It doesn't matter. Who cares about the Watcher? Nobody does. And yeah, so it turns out that the shattered glass figure, a piece of it, got lodged in Vanessa's brain.
All right. This is such a, like, oh well, bye.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if the physics make sense there exactly.
I don't know. But, I'm quite sure the physics do not make sense there.
You're probably right.
But it's flying toward her head, and then Kingpin slaps it down with his belt, and so it shatters, and all the force and the momentum of the additional thing, which is changing its trajectory, is like moving it down toward the floor because that's the direction he slaps it. And yet, apparently, a shard that thick gained additional momentum from him slapping it, and then hit her in the side of the head, knocking out her brain, and assuming we could tell the difference.
Spot, right? Because that's the little squishy bit there, right? And on the side of the head. It's like the worst possible place. If it was anywhere else, it wouldn't have managed to get in. So that's really unfortunate for her.
Dawn.
She's not dead yet. Oh wait, no, she's not. Look, she's not. She's in peril though.
Yeah,
Fisk, and she collapses to the ground, and Fisk begins to seethe.
Quick, tune in to the Daredevil podcast to find out more.
No. I'm never watching that. I thought I would to find out, but I can't. No way.
They're always super corporate anyway. Those sorts of things.
Yeah, of course. Which that's episode 4, the highest rated episode of Daredevil Born Again. Are you guys happy? Are we winning?
It's so back.
So back.
Yeah. This is what High Top said was the turning point, was this episode, right?
It was kind of weird because you can't even make the argument consistently, right? You'd be like, oh, they finally nailed it, and you're like, but this is all their stuff. What do you mean? The whole season?
Like, what? Yeah, all of it. And also, a good portion of season 1 was their stuff.
So yeah, I don't really get like what the cope is this time. Even though I don't think this episode's good, I'm just wondering from their point of view.
It seems like it's literally just as simple as Bullseye shows up and throws shit.
He sure did. It was so fucking epic. It didn't make any fucking sense. It's taken ages to get to this point, and it's really funny from Kingpin's POV of like, yeah, Powell will take out Bullseye. Wait, what? Bullseye killed everybody? What? Oh my god,
Except
he killed Vanessa? Powell's fine. Powell will make it through every one of these fucking scenes miraculously. He'll only ever be knocked out, or you just won't be seen. Again, that's why I like him so much.
Killed. Like, Vanessa just should have listened to orders and not come.
Yeah, she should have actually, yeah. So that was her mistake. How dumb. Which brings us to episode 5.
Epic.
So, Vanessa is in hospital, undergoing emergency surgery, and Fisk is seething.
Again.
The reason why I'm using these words is because I don't respect this show at all, so I will describe all of Fisk's actions as coping or seething or big mad.
Remember season 1 when Fisk was in the hospital and Wesley was at the door? Remember season 1? This is like that, but worse.
When she got poisoned.
Yeah, that's right, because she was in the hospital, and his temperament is quite different, and that will prompt conversations at some point. So, you know, sometime later after the initial stuff has been done, Powell tells Fisk that Task Force haven't found Daredevil and Bullseye, and Fisk orders Powell to capture them alive, which, I mean, good luck with that. Like, that's basically impossible.
Why does he continue to just... Every single scene, everyone dies, and you'll just continue to be like, yeah, we'll go capture Bullseye and Daredevil. Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
I mean, what were they doing until now? Not trying to capture them.
They didn't want it. They didn't care about it. Don't worry
I
about
know
that.
it is pretty funny. That's what they've been doing the whole time. Like, the show treats it as if things have changed because of, Bullseye getting Vanessa. They haven't. Like, prior to this, he was trying to get them and kill them. And after this, he's trying to get them and kill them. Nothing has changed.
I think.
But whatever, yeah.
I think Platoon's
Powell,
right.
go get him.
Powell has got some kind of sixth sense awareness of the plot, and so as long as he just keeps saying like, "Yep, that's easy, I can do that," the writers will keep him alive. But the second he acknowledges the insanity of the universe, he'll die. Come on, Powell, you can do it. Make it past the next episode. There's only one more left. If you can do that, you get into season 3, buddy.
So, Matt and Dax, meanwhile, stumble into a kitchen filled with people who are luckily sympathetic to Daredevil, so they help them. Would have been really unlucky.
A bit convenient. It's all of a sudden, especially when you know what the consequences of collaborating with vigilantes are in this universe now. They just turn up and say like, "Hey, where's that? How can we hide?" And then these people just say, "Hey, just go hide down there." Easy.
Yep. Very lucky. Very, very lucky.
And I mean, I just wish something like this was like written into the plot, because like obviously there would be tons of people who would support the vigilantes, especially against Fisk. If those people watched the first 3 seasons of the show, like there would be people who are like rebelling or whatever.
Yes, that's right. They would resist and rebel. That's what they would say. They would chant it because that's the resistance. Proper noun, resistance.
Just want to acknowledge someone in chat said, "Is Cherry still okay? Is Cherry safe?" Cherry will return, but not yet.
He will return. Not in this. Not today though. Not until episode 7.
Yeah, he's still in hospital, I guess.
He has killed me.
Yes. So now we got a new. We're continuing with the leak plot with Daniel, and the nature of it is somehow Vanessa's location is a secret, and they want to keep it a secret. Number 1, how's that possible? Number 2, who fucking cares?
I don't know, man.
Like, who gives a what? Like, how is it possible that nobody knows? Like, she went to a hospital in New York. Someone knows where she is. It wouldn't. How are you keeping that a secret? Number 2, like, what does it even really matter? Like, at this point,
Well, they haven't got any task force members left to secure the area, okay?
Are they worried that like Bullseye is going to come and finish the job?
Yep. He's always going to do that. That's how we got in this mess, Nick. He's constantly finishing the job.
But it needs to be, because this is like and something I find funny is that Daniel gets really mad when a journalist asks if Vanessa is dead. He's like, "What kind of sick question is that?" It's like, dude, that's just a normal question.
It's the question, you might even say. I don't know.
And it's and something this is probably something worth noting. Right now, Daniel, he's like still hyper on board with Fisk. In the last episode, when Fisk was beating up the other guy, he was like cheerleading. He was celebrating it.
We should probably
right now, Daniel is super on board with Fisk. He loves him right now. Episode 5.
Should probably drop some breadcrumbs of like their plans so that you can start to see how it works. Like season 1, Daniel is, I'm a naive TikToker person who likes this guy Fisk, I guess. I'm gonna try and help you understand what the people are looking for, and sort of does, and rises through the ranks until he becomes deputy mayor. And you can see the conclusion from the guys who made season 1, or all of them, is that Daniel went from like a wide-eyed, naive sort of supporter into he's actually been corrupted now, and he's like blackmailing high officials, and he's just basically fully on board with Fisk. He's a piece of shit, and you're like, oh, mini Fisk. Remember, he's like, I will burn for you. I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll burn for you. I'll do anything, sir. I'm eternally loyal to you.
This season has been, and you wouldn't have noticed because it essentially comes out of fucking nowhere in the course of this and the next episode. Daniel's a good man, and he's been led astray.
Which is not...
And you're like, what?
Yeah, like...
what?
And bear in mind, this comes out of nowhere. Like I said, up to this point right now, he's like on board completely. Totally and completely on board with Fisk. The change is gonna happen. Basically, the shift begins at the end of this episode. And you might be like, well, there's a reason why that happens. It's like, I don't think it's the fact that like we'll get there. We'll get to it. But yeah, so BB's here. She, she's managed to get in. He tells her to go away, but instead she tries to pry information from him, as she does typically.
The funny thing with BB is like, it's so obvious the show wants you to think she's a good person, but if he's a good person, how could they both be good people? Like, he's been led astray. He's actually a good person, but now like her actions that you're gonna see here ultimately lead to his fate.
There's a lot to say about BB, I guess, once we get further along. She's kind of a huge moron in this whole scenario.
She's really dumb. Just a loser. Learn nothing from her uncle at all. She's just way worse than Ben in every single way. The fact to even compare them would just be silly. Something I find funny though is it's like she's prying for information. He tells her to go away. He then gets pissy about it, and so she gives him a hug. And then he just discloses the information that she was prying for, which is like what Vanessa's condition is. But I think it's an ADR line. I think that line is an ADR line, and the reason why is because I think the writers like kind of forgot that they're still doing the storyline with the leaking. Like they forgot that they needed to actually have him say something that gets leaked.
Well, why did she leak the information here? What was the point?
Just she's got a scoop, you know.
But you understand what I mean? Her purpose is to leak information that shows how corrupt Kingpin is. Not information that's like really just sad.
Oh yeah, Vanessa's like in this hospital.
You're like, why would you leak that?
Again, that's what I find amusing. It's like she doesn't actually. She's already got the information. Like Daniel doesn't. Like Daniel says her condition, but like it's not relevant to the leak. Like the actual leak is that she's at this hospital, which BB already knows. Apparently, a bunch of people already know that, and then now it's out. Properly later.
It almost feels like she leaks it just because, as you said, it's like they remember like she's got to leak something, so
that's the storyline. Yes, because this puts more pressure on needing to plug those leaks.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's that. And so we meet Dr. Man. That's his name, is Dr. Man, and he's gonna try super hard to save Vanessa. That's the scene. And now we're at the good stuff.
Oh man!
Finally, dude, I've been waiting. I've been watching so much. I've been waiting for the good stuff.
Is this not the funniest shit though? Like we've been waiting so long to not watch this show and to instead watch a different show. Like it's like they know. They're like, okay, here's the other show.
The aspect
dude, after 13 long episodes, here we are. The moment you've all been waiting for.
Look at that. The aspect ratio changes. We're going from letterbox to 16:9. We are flashing back to the good old days.
Oh my god, de-aging everyone. Whoa.
Yes, we are. We're going back to before season 1. We are flashing way back to see new story material, which is totally compatible with Daredevil season 1.
Oh boy, is it?
It's I mean, what can be said other than this is a hyper retcon episode? So very annoying. Very annoying.
Just embarrassingly desperate, scraping at please like us, please like us. We're just like what you liked before, I swear.
Sort of to note the nature of these flashbacks is that they're all sort of filmed and presented in the style of season 1, of the original series, and specifically season 1. So 16:9 aspect ratio, film grain, sort of like high contrast lighting, lots of green and yellow lighting. It's like, oh, and I think Charlie Cox said something really like annoying and lame, like that apparently they can't do this anymore. The last of the technology, like it was sort of at the end of the rope of that technology when they did this.
Unfortunately, we live in a stupid.
And now they can't do it again.
A stupid age. I remember trying to find a source on that and not having much luck. That quote, it might have been made up. Which
is that made up?
It's not even the first time. There's so much everything is so fucking stupid now that there's loads of accounts that share fake news literally on purpose for funny reasons, and it's like everyone believes everything instantly, so it just gets spread around like crazy. If you want, I'll have a look, see if I can find a source or not.
All right, never mind. That's that was something I saw, but it looks like someone was doing some bamboozling. But I mean, nevertheless, it kind of draws attention to something really awkward, which is so you can make the show look really good, and you just like, actually no, clarify, because what they've done here, it looks more like season 1. It doesn't look like season 1. It's still not as well composed, well shot, well lit.
When they are trying to mimic it, it still ends up being slightly better, which I think is like doubly damning. On the one hand, you don't have the skill to properly mimic it, but on the other hand, even an imperfect mimic is an improvement.
Yes, that would be the note, is that it looks better than the show regularly looks like, but it still looks worse than Daredevil season 1. So yeah, the worst of both worlds on that front. So the first scene we get is with Vanessa. She really wants to display the white painting at an exhibition. You know, this is Fisk's big white painting. And she says that if the right person walks through that door and sees this painting, sees his own deep, inexorable, miserable emptiness reflected right back at him, I can promise you can add 2 zeros to the list price, and it'll sell faster than any other piece out front.
What a great additional piece of scene to before he bought that painting. That really is so... It just adds so much that instead of seeing it in a authentic and genuine moment in the show of him appreciating it and her spotting that, now we know that she knew that was going to happen. Like, what is that? Why?
Yes. This is really annoying. An annoying brand of dogshit writing. You're giving the painting a retroactive significance that actually undermines the power of the introductory scene in the original series. Before, it was just a painting that spoke to him personally. Now it's a painting that she recognized was super duper special and was kind of like a lure to make money out of like some loser, basically.
By the way, this is the account, I think, that it came from. Wong Updates has got so many victims at this point.
Yes, Wong Updates. All right, never mind.
No, it's funny because, like I said, everything's so stupid that you read these things, even on a parody account. Like loads of people have to check if it's discussing fish or not. Because they're like, wait. Because so many things that are said are so believable. But no,
the concept of that, it's like the very last bit of technology has been finally used up for this episode of the show, and it will never be able to be recreated.
Yeah, you know, aside from that, this idea of doing like an episode that's half and half the past and the future is extremely potent for loads of TV shows to be able to make extremely... You know what's crazy? The Netflix Daredevil would play with this and had amazing episodes as a result of it. Now the difference you might be wondering is, you know, like how are they failing here? And it's like, well, one, they're so focused on the fact that it at all is the show you used to remember, that's like the angle as opposed to a history of these characters that's so important. But then secondly, it's getting their grubby fucking fingerprints on shit that they didn't make themselves, and so they don't respect what... Try to think about it for yourselves. Like, hey, why did the Netflix Daredevil writers fuck up and not include this in the Netflix stuff when they were making it? It's like, oh, probably because they didn't think this was a part of the story at all.
This wasn't the story, yeah.
And you might think, like, aren't you over-exaggerating a little bit just because of who the painting? She's like, oh, boy, am I not just talking about the painting? Like, we're talking about some other stuff, but we'll get there.
Well, yeah. And I mean, you can see that for whatever efforts they're trying to make to emulate it, it's like, yeah, your substance is fucked. Something that I noticed particularly in this scene is Vanessa isn't like behaving in character. It's not just obviously this change in the intention. She's got like the same strange and sort of lethargic overconfidence that she now has, like in Born Again, but now it's like on her as she was before. When this wasn't like who she was, this wasn't her temperament. This sort of like, I don't know what to describe it as. It is like this weird sort of lethargic kind of like line delivery. It's just very annoying and distracting. I'm annoyed by that Wong Updates thing, by the way.
You're not the first person. I've been tricked by Wong Updates before.
Oh, so have I. Well, I think I saw it from somebody else who had reposted it, so I saw somebody who was more trustworthy who had fallen for Wong updates. So whoever that person was, I blame them.
It's almost a testament to Wong updates, honestly.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, anyway, so back in the present, Dex wants Matt to let him die, and again reiterates that Vanessa's death would balance the scales for Foggy. Dex also believes he was supposed to die when Matt tossed him off the roof, even calling attention to the impossibility of his survival.
Nice.
Which is, yeah, it's pretty annoying. And the show doesn't really talk about his metal spine.
No,
so like I don't even know how relevant that's meant
He
to
has
be,
a super spine and they don't care.
Yeah. So and then Matt chokes him and orders him to never speak Foggy's name, which then brings us back to the past with Foggy.
Whoa.
It's Matt and Foggy. They're going to speak with their client. This is pre-Nelson and Murdoch. Matt is wearing a really bad wig, and I'm pretty sure Foggy is wearing a fat suit.
Yeah,
I think he's got some sort of prosthetics because you know, weight loss, you know, good stuff, but got to put it back on for
accuracy, for faithfulness.
Yeah,
they got the fat right. They didn't quite get the writing right though.
No way that's a fat suit. I think it is.
There was a couple of moments where he was talking where I felt like, as silly as this sounds, the fat wasn't sitting quite right. So, yeah. But like, it's a good fat suit, assuming it is a fat suit.
I'd say it's a decent fat suit.
Unless it's they can do CG fat like that. I don't know. Technology's come along. I'm not gonna say for sure, but I thought it was a fat suit.
Yeah, I mean it's better than the de-aging for Vanessa. It's very weird looking.
Yeah.
But yeah, they got a client. It's Ray, and he knows Foggy. They grew up in the same building. And so Matt and Foggy and the firm want Ray to take a plea deal. He's got himself in big trouble. There's a lot of evidence he's screwed. But Ray really doesn't want to go to prison because he thinks he'll be killed on the inside by basically the big man, the man in charge. So he tells him to fuck off and that he's gonna go with a public defender. Anybody got anything to add about this scene?
It was riveting.
It's kind of it's a skin suit again. Never mind a fat suit. It is just a skin suit. It's like remember how the show used to be, look, sound, even like it's like a kind of weird facsimile of even the way it's written, and it is better than everything around it, but it's still quite bad.
Sure is. Which he alludes to sort of the man in charge who is also seemingly pulling the strings on them, even, you know, like being here and being coming to speak with him. And then it cuts to Fisk and Wesley.
No.
He's back. There he is. He even says, "This is Wesley." Just to remind you of his name, because I guess they assumed maybe you forgot, but I'd never forget.
Well, I still have trauma from losing Wesley. He was just a really fucking great part of season 1.
It's so yeah, he's getting a call, you know, about there being an issue with Ray, which then prompts Fisk to go on a ramble about cryptocurrency.
I don't want to hear this from any TV shows. Particularly
have you heard of Bitcoin?
Yeah, that shit was funny. Bitcoin. Fuck off.
Plugging NFTs to you at some point, and it's just it's lame.
And it's funny, remember, this is 2015, 2014.
Yeah.
Why are we bothering with the Russians when we have Ethereum? Cool.
Well, I think it's just like, it's almost, you got to remind the writers, this is a tad early, you know, not that Bitcoin didn't exist, but I don't know, like, but I just don't want to hear it. I don't want to be hearing Fisk talking about, I've been on Reddit. I've seen some interesting, you know, some interesting suggestions about some things we should be investing.
There's Dogecoin. It's got a little doggy picture.
I've been browsing r/am I the asshole, and I've been judging other people.
The funniest part is that possibly having heard these rambles before and not really having the patience for it, Wesley suggests that Fisk invest in art instead. So think about where this leads. The catalyst for Fisk meeting Vanessa in season 1, episode 3 of the original series of Daredevil Born Again is because while they were driving in a car, Fisk was like, I was browsing Reddit the other day. Have you heard of something called Bitcoin? That's why they met.
And where would we be without this? I don't like, we would be fucked. Because honestly, I like the Netflix show, but I was just wondering.
Miles Morales wouldn't be Spider-Man if he just invested in Bitcoin.
We needed this, guys. It fills the blank. The jigsaw's complete. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Also, has any character ever offered worse financial advice?
Yeah,
you're taught, no, don't invest in Bitcoin in 2015. Invest in modern art.
It is actually pretty funny, yeah. Because I make fun of the notion of it, but investing in Bitcoin in 2015 is like,
yeah,
shit, man. And they're just like, no, buy some art. What's that thing called? The thing that gets ads on YouTube for like investing in art. What's that called?
I don't know.
No clue.
There's something that you get that people do ads. I don't know if they do ads for it as much anymore.
Gambling?
It's some sort of. No, it's like some sort of service where like somehow you can like invest in art or something.
Loan sharks?
Raid Shadow Legends.
I'm watching a lot of Chris Stuckman content. These are the only ads that
I don't know. I remember there was just some sort of is it Masterworks? Is it something like I don't know, some sort of thing?
Sound familiar.
Where it's just like I don't. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, then we cut back to the present, and Fisk, he's watching Vanessa's surgery. Ooh, look at that. And then Dex collapses to the ground again, and again tells Matt to let him die. And then Matt exposits that he's trying to save Dex because he tried to kill Dex, so maybe they both need penance. Wow, parallels. Amazing. And then the theme plays.
Oh, I love it when they play the theme
again.
Yeah.
Like,
this show's so bad on that front that it's the best skeleton key to understanding every time the writers are like, we just wrote something pretty fucking cool. Like, we're doing something here. Yeah. Bet you appreciate that. Bet you got you thinking, look at that. Matt is like, I gotta save you.
I'm not gonna let you die. I need penance just like you. Wow. And so he gets him back on his feet. Now we're flashing back. So Matt and Foggy, they're saving up money so they can open their firm, which is going to be called Murdoch and Nelson, and they're going to be opening it maybe in 18 months with all the money they're saving, with a little under $2,000. And then their boss, Jeff, he's really mad about what happened with Ray, because Ray, he's not going with them.
He calls them fuckos.
He does. He's very mean. And so he dumps a bunch of paperwork on their desk. But it's Friday. But now they got work to do. Wow. Ooh. It's like all the paperwork they need to be dealing with to get him sorted out with his new representation. Man, ooh, yeah, things aren't going so great for him. So later that night, they're going through Ray's paperwork, and Foggy notices that the address listed on the search warrant is incorrect. So they can get Ray out on a technicality, and this prompts the pair to have a debate, a moral conundrum, as it were, on whether they should use this information to get Ray out. And Matt argues that because Ray is a piece of shit, they shouldn't help him. And Foggy points out that they're kind of obliged to actually help him. Before going on to explain, Ray had a rough life. He never really had a chance to lead a good life. And then Foggy, reminds him that Ray might get killed if he gets incarcerated, to which Matt retorts, yeah, that might be the definition of consequences, before arguing that Ray's incarceration or death will prevent him from committing crimes in the future, so maybe they should consider that. And then Foggy appeals to the Bible, arguing that they should offer Ray mercy and the possibility of redemption.
It's been a little while since I rewatched the original Daredevil, but was Matt famous for kind of having no morals at all?
Well, bear in mind, this is before season 1. But this is after there are the episode 10 flashbacks to when they're at university. So we've got to slot this somewhere in the middle. That this is who Matt was at this time. Just like, yeah, fuck him.
Felt really weird to watch a scene where Matt is like, if he ends up dead in prison, so be it. Like, what?
Yeah, that's justice, apparently. It's like, it's the death penalty with extra steps. He's like, as a Catholic, I'm fine with this.
And then Foggy has to let him know, hey, that's not very nice.
That's not very nice.
Oh.
Also, we have to help him. We actually don't have a choice. But it's like, oh, I think this sucks. To be clear, I do not like this.
Well, again, it feels like we can't have the flashback episode not have a pretty impactful merit on, you know, the state of the original show that everyone loves. It's like we are the sequel show. We also want to be the fucking prequel one. We want to get ourselves all over the original. You can't remove us anymore. So we've shown you now the reason Kingpin and Vanessa met, and we've shown you the moral core of Matt. Like, what are you talking about? Fuck off.
Mm-hmm. And this is going to have a bearing many, many years later on how Matt's going to deal with Dex, the man who killed Foggy. You know, what would Foggy want? Let's flash back to that real story that definitely happened in the original series prior to the, you know, where, this is sort of how Matt felt about it. Like, yeah, fuck the guy, whatever. You know, not our problem. I don't even like him.
But Matt, it's our job to represent our clients. Like, what?
Yeah, it's just...
He's actually innocent of this charge. Well, yeah, but he's evil.
But Matt, what about religion? And then Matt with both of these comments is like, whoa, that's crazy, dude.
Mercy or something. That's in the Bible, right?
Thank you, Foggy.
That's as far as it goes.
And again, you want to go with guilt now? It's like, no. I mean, no, I'm trying to stop you feeling guilty when you realize that you've sentenced an innocent man to death.
Yeah, exactly.
We're also at a point now where their pen is on fire and they're just loving it so much. And you know how they would argue this to the original fans. They'd be like, see, we respect Foggy. Foggy was very important. And you're just sitting like, fuck off, man. You should love this. Foggy's the reason that Matt does anything.
Mm-hmm. Even though, as someone in chat has pointed out, in season 1, Foggy was often more concerned about the money. Like how they were going to pay for, you know, like running their business, while Matt would often be sort of, you know, sort of pushing more for the long shots. Not that Foggy wasn't, you know, sympathetic and, you know, good-hearted and everything, but it's funny because it's not... It's just one of these things of like, even if you don't fully remember all of the things that happened in the original series, does it pass a vibe check? Does this feel like the vibe that Matt and Foggy had? Even if we're treating this as a prequel story taking place maybe, you know, a few months or a year ahead of time.
I think if you don't listen to anything they're saying, it kind of does. But the dialogue is quite important in this scene, so it's hard to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, they expect you to listen to it as well. So you're like, oh...
Not just look at it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're going to ponder that. Meanwhile, Wesley informs Fisk that, you know, there's a fixer in town, and Fisk tells Wesley to use him. Who is this fixer? Who is it? I mean, well, you find out soon enough.
But, like, everyone knows who it's going to be. Like, who else would it be? It's just like, yeah.
So... Daniel's watching TV. He sees that the press now know, this is back in the present, they know where Vanessa is. And as he sees this, a journalist suddenly appears to ask him questions. And Buck tells him to go away, but he does it in a way that's so cool. He's so cool. You should talk about it, Mauler.
Well, I wanted to talk first about, like, you know, the assumption of, my God, the information went to BB and now it's out. There we go. And just like, on the news, it would have been funny if they're like, yeah, we just followed the ambulance. So
yeah, exactly.
It's pretty fucking easy. Like that was that.
Of course they're gonna find out where she's at. It's impossible to hide.
There's so many people in this hospital that would know. The idea that it's like BB leaked it.
Yeah. Anybody could have leaked it. And there's nothing to leak really. People are just gonna know. But look, you gotta.
Well, so Buck's really awesome because
Buck said the line. Yeah.
This guy is like, "Hey, what's her current condition?" And then he's like, "Fuck off." And then he goes, "Who are you? The one telling you to fuck off? Keep up." The dialogue's so awesome. I was so impressed. And the way Buck enters the scene is the way he enters this whole fucking show. It just comes from absolute nowhere and makes sure things happen.
He just slides into frame.
Out of nowhere. and you know, we got to solve a problem. There's Buck. And that's what's funny. You'd be like, where did he come from? You're like, well, that's also solved by the process of suddenly he was here the whole time. You're like, wait, what? He's like, don't worry about it. He was always here. This has always been his everyone knows Buck. Come on. Everyone's favorite. When I see people talking about how awesome Buck is, I'm just like, you're all
this is
fucking...
it's a farce and you're lying. You're lying to me or yourselves. Just like Wong Updates lied to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I find this amusing. Buck invites Daniel to go and get hot dogs. They will get in the car to go and get hot dogs in New York.
It's so funny too because it's such a like crisis moment. We're sorting out. People now know that so we're more than ever needing to batten down the hatches and make sure everybody's safe and secure and whatever. It's like hot dogs, yeah. Like, what?
Yeah, let's go get hot dogs. Let's hop in the car and go drive someplace to get hot dogs. Let's not just go down the street to get a hot dog. But you see, it's because they're not getting hot dogs.
Oh my god.
We'll get there. We're not there yet. So Vanessa's out of surgery. Dr. Man's hopeful, but Fisk, he's like, she'll be fine. And then it cuts back to the big old white painting getting put up on the wall. And the art gallery, you can now see, it's very clearly not the same gallery from the original series. It's just some small storefront that they rented for a couple of days. It clearly isn't the same place.
They should have CG'd it. They should have de-aged it. The building.
It's very notable to me that it just doesn't even look remotely the same. Unless I'm totally mistaken, but it doesn't look the same, right?
Not from what I remember, but it's been a while.
But yeah, so yeah, they're on the. What I find funny is that Daniel, like, they're on the highway, like you could see that they're not like driving through sort of the smaller streets. They're on some sort of freeway, and then Daniel's like, hey, there are several places we can be getting a hot dog that we're driving past, and it's just like, dude, why are you even in the car? Like, why?
Of all times, why are they doing this now? It's a crisis time. I just conducting this weird mission because he's it's in the trailer technically what they're doing. It just feels so weird to do this now of all times. They're the two like main dudes that help Fisk, and Fisk is out of order. He's preoccupied. You'd think they'd be
yeah, and they're out there. Yeah, it's like, yeah, let's go get a hot dog. And then Buck just tells them they're going to Albany. Before also telling Daniel that he committed war crimes.
In a joke about mayonnaise. Casually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a joke about mayonnaise, yeah. And then Daniel starts getting nervous now. He's starting to realize that the tone is shifting as Buck points out that the leaks, that they've yet to cease. And so Buck tells Daniel to park in front of a hardware store. And he seems to know what's up. Like, which if he already knows that having a private conversation with Buck, they're going to go to a hardware store and that's making him really nervous. He already knows who Fisk is at that point, Like, it's not like he's even being blindsided by the fact that messing up with Fisk might mean that he gets killed. So how are we exactly explaining this turn,
I don't need it must be some kind of like they need someone else to happen because this season's not got a lot going on, especially by the way when we get to the partial conclusion of Fisk and Daredevil, whatever the hell you call that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, he parks at the hardware store. Buck goes in. Daniel contemplates driving away, but he chooses to stay, and then he sees Buck leave the store carrying a shovel and a hacksaw.
I wasn't sure if the show was supposed am I supposed to be laughing at this, or am I supposed to be thinking, oh shit, poor what's his name, he might be killed.
I was just thrown off because in my head, Daniel was just possibly more taken in with this on the evilness of it than even Buck maybe. But now we're doing this whole like, can the hero Daniel escape this horrifying situation or something? I was just like, what's going on? What's happening? I don't buy any of this.
Repeating it. I think they maybe did it prematurely in the last season where he's like, when they have the scene where he goes and threatens the council into supporting whatever the fuck it is he's supporting. And that's supposed to be right. He's arrived at the big table with the big people now. That's his entry into a whole new world. And then they realized in this season they didn't have anything else for him to do. So we're sort of doing that again. This is all an initiation ritual. He's not actually in with the big people. But if he comes through here, then he'll get onto the big table with the big people and he'll be fully into a whole new world again. I think they're just repeating because they have nothing else to do with him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, he's already in. He's the deputy mayor.
Yes, but a fact that doesn't seem to impact the plot in any way at all.
Well, it's funny because we've had in chat, it's like, are they trying to do Mike and Jesse, that whole episode, like in Breaking Bad? Or are we doing Victor and Penguin? And it's like, it'll not be able to reach either in any way, shape, or form. Like, obviously shocking no one, but you can tell this show is influenced by people who have watched TV. I don't think they know how to write TV, though.
Yep. Off they go, though. I will say, again, feels like there's no point in even pointing this out, but yeah, very, very clever, because obviously they're going to bury a body. Yeah, very, very clever Buck to just sort of walk into a store and buy a shovel and a hacksaw. Like, just buy them in plain view.
Well, at least when they meet him in the past, he's wearing a cap, you know?
The day that you're going on an inexplicable trip to the countryside...
Well, it's 2025 or 6 or 19, whatever the fuck this is set, 2030. There's no cameras. They don't do that sort of stuff.
Nah.
There's no way to track any of this. It's not like he's completely identifiable with ease. Don't worry about it.
Yep, and then we cut back to the past where Wesley meets with Buck. They have history.
This is the most, especially with how much criticism we've delivered for a season and a half plus of how Buck is a wannabe Wesley. Welcome to the scene where Thor says, I like Captain Marvel, or Han says, I like Finn. This is Wesley handing the baton over to Buck, being like, you are my replacement. You should like him as much as you like me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You can make it, you can want it to happen, it's not going to happen.
I have seen people pretend that this is great, and as if this is actually a very good and clever, like, retroactive sort of, basically retcon. I have seen that said, like, oh, this explains all those people that died off screen in season 1. It's like, what? You never... An explanation... As if there needed to be one, that Fisk just had fixers who would do these things for him, or goons, or just guys. It's like, nah, we really needed to know that it was Buck who did that.
Buck did it. Yes. When we were watching season 1, do you remember the many times we said, man, it would have been so much better if there was like a dude, maybe with like a 4-letter name, who did all of this?
And a British accent?
Yeah, that would have fixed it. Thank goodness we got this flashback. Thank you, Wesley, for legitimizing Buck retroactively. Mm-hmm. You'll love to see it.
And he's handing him a dossier for Ray. He's got to get Ray because Matt and Foggy got Ray out of prison. Off he goes. Now we're back in the present. So Matt, the devout Catholic, drags Dex into church and says, "You recognize this place, you piece of shit?" I don't know, man. Why is he swearing? He doesn't swear.
Yeah, they do.
Matt doesn't swear. He didn't used to. In church?
They did it all between scenes. You just didn't hear it, dude. Like, whatever.
All right. Anyway, and then Dex says that Vanessa dies. Fisk is gonna try and kill him, and he says this as if this wasn't like what was already happening. I don't get it.
Why? Like, Bullseye entered that room. It should have just been game over for fucking everybody, including Daredevil, if we're being honest. Yep. But it's always treated like everything just extends further and further and delays and wacky consequences. And, oh, well, I'm starting to see, like, the boys' DNA in this, too. It's like, will Kingpin finally flip out so much that he'll lose everything? It's like, yeah, give him a sec. He'll probably do it next episode. We've seen, for those who don't know, there's like photos of him on the set of Daredevil season 3, and he's like homeless. He looks homeless anyway.
Okay, whatever. And so the show does this thing where it does a lot of intercutting until the end of the episode. Basically, I don't really want to like deal with that, like jumping back and forth. Just understand that because I'm going to break these apart. It jumps back and forth because we're doing parallels or something. So we'll just jump back to the past briefly. So Foggy goes to Ray's apartment, gives him the money that he and Matt had been saving up, says that Ray should use the money to leave New York and start over. And so Ray starts crying and Foggy leaves. Wow, how nice of him. Mercy. Ooh. And while that's happening, you have Dex rambling sort of incoherently about like moral relativism, the futility of trying to be like a good person, and does the whole like, we're the same, you and I, sort of thing. I just, it's incoherent nonsense to me. Like, I don't even think it's worth analyzing. Like, I find it stupid this point that the show seems to be, because before it felt like the show, it was just an awkward problem for them to deal with, which is you can't equate like Daredevil to Muse. You can try and do that, but it's like plainly farcical.
And any character who does try to do that is an idiot who I'm not going to like, which is a bad thing. It's yeah.
Anyway, and it's like Dex is now running with it like as if this is actually some sort of broad point the show's making. Like it's all the same. Vigilantes, assassins, all the same. It's like it's not really.
No,
but
you're in the last universe that can argue this. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
way too much history.
And I mean, there's nothing really to even support anything he's saying, because the reality is Matt is static this season. He is a static character. He's not going on an arc.
Well, he's also got the worst kind of static of he rarely ever fucking fights for his own positions or thinks about his positions. Yes, he's just sort of there.
Pretty much. Well, even to the point that High Top had to concede that, right? He doesn't.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess, because he watched it all in one before, I think either before episode 1 came out or when it came out, and he was saying like, yeah, it's a rocky start, but it really locks in, and you guys are gonna love it. I have a feeling that by the time season 3's rolling out or beginning to, he'll be like, yeah, season 1 was awful, season 2 not so great, but season 3 I'm hopeful. Like that's what it'll switch to. Because it's always time with all these shows. Everyone's just like, yeah, that was actually kind of shit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The Boys is experiencing this in heavy respects right now.
So, yeah, after that big rant, Seminarian tells Matt and Dex that the task force are coming, so Powell comes knocking.
Yay.
And Seminarian delays them as Matt and Dex try to escape. And Dex again tells Matt to abandon him as the task force just barge into the church with their weapons, which, optics, not great. But, there they go. And then Matt says that he can't save Dex, and he leaves. And he gets all the way outside before pausing and flashing back once more.
Before we get to the flashback, this was particularly fucking pussy-ish of Daredevil to me. The whole, like, look, I tried to save you, bye. And then he squirrels off to the corner, like, I gotta go. It's like, really?
I can't save you, I'm sorry.
Fucking Daredevil being like, jeez, I'm out of here. I can't do this.
Because it is so shitty and, like, obviously not what he would do. Like, the writers are quite clearly saying, oh my goodness, like, that the audience, they're going to be on, like, is he actually going to betray everything that he stands for, whatever that happens to be? Is he just going to leave him behind? Look how good a job we've done at building this tension and suspension and disbelief and stuff. But then the whole point of the flashback sequences parallelizing it is so obviously that he's going to not leave him behind. Like, you see this and you think, this is just why stop lying to me. I know what you're doing, and I've seen it for ages now. This is just wasting my time again.
That, and he was able to get back. So how much
he
time
got in and out? Yeah.
Have?
He could have just carried him out. What are we doing?
Yep. But he needed to get outside and then flashback before obviously realizing that he can just do that. The flashback is, Matt, he meets Foggy in Ray's apartment building. He knows he was there. He knows he gave him the money. It was supposed to be about the future, which promised Foggy to say, it is Matt, but not just ours. And so the two head to Josie's bar to celebrate mercy or something. And so then Matt, in the present, returns to save Dex. Wow. And they escaped just in time. And he got outside.
We're truly to believe he remembered this moment.
Yes, he remembered this moment.
Out of everything you could possibly draw from everything that's happened in his life, it was when he was like, hey, Foggy, we needed that money. And it's like, yeah, but he needed it more. You know, like, what? Why would it be this?
Bible. All right, I'm going to go back and save Bullseye.
Bullshit.
and we're going to get out of here. It's there they go, and they play the music as well.
It's just lame and empty. All of these beats, just I remember watching it at the time. Even first watch was just glazing over, and then the second watch was just painful because I was trying not to glaze over because I knew I had to try and remember some stuff about it, and it's really difficult to do. Just every dialogue scene is like this. Most of the action scenes are like this. Anytime they try and present some sort of moral choice, there isn't a moral choice because they don't really know what moral choice entails. It's such an empty show.
There is. Speaking of, this will actually be funny to talk about because Daniel and Buck, they're in the forest, and Daniel, I mean, he knows what's up at this point. And he's like, I could just disappear. I'll get out of here. You never see me again. And so Buck tells him to get out. And he opens the boot of the car. And obviously it's like, right, so there's a body in there. And Molly, you might recall that
I can recall something else, actually, for you. Is I was listening by chance to a Daredevil discussion. I can't remember if it was FNT or... I think it was FNT. And the discussion was on how everyone there expected the best choice storytelling-wise would be that the body would be BB. It would be quite bold of the show, and it would also even alive or dead, right? There's different choices you can make storytelling-wise. Like him burying a dead BB is still significant of something, but if she were alive, you can do like a choice scene, etc. There's lots of different ways you can take it. We had the exact same thought when watching this. That the smart choice here as a writer is that that body would be BB. It's it actually, unfortunately for the show you've built, is the only choice that makes sense. Buck is actually on her case very closely. He's suspicious so much of her that he's now suspicious of Daniel as well. So that's got to be it. What other body would it be? Like in terms of an interesting storytelling choice.
But the thing is that when we were talking about it, it was almost like, for a brief moment, I was almost treating it like it was a real television show that could make interesting choices. And then it opens the boot and it's the first mate. He's in there. I was like, oh, yeah,
Which
of
is
course.
the most boring,
never mind. Never mind there. Sorry. I don't know why I even briefly thought that you might make an interesting choice. Never mind. I don't even know why I entertained that thought.
Yeah, your rational brain kicks in and it's like, they'll never kill BB. Like, she's got too much story to tell. She's going to have... And secondly, like, the first mate... Have you dealt with that already? I don't care.
Yeah. And it's like the choice is, we're here. You're gonna help me bury him. Which also, why has he got a hacksaw? What's that for?
Chop him into pieces, even though you don't need to do that if you're just gonna bury him anyway.
Why not only is there no reason to do that, but I mean that's like actually stupid.
Well, yeah, because it'll cause more DNA splattering all over the place.
It's more. You don't need the whole thing to figure out who he is. That's It reminds me of what was the Holderson guy? It's that dipshit. It's like, dude, just like this whole thing is just like Buck is so lame and stupid.
Yeah,
he's not. He sucks. But yeah, that's them. That's that, and this appears to be, this is the thing that Daniel,
someone said it would have been bad.
It's the sort of the turning point.
If BB died because it retreading Ben Urich. No, it wouldn't. Fisk has gone like this story wouldn't be anything close to that. Ben Urich died on principle. She would have died because she's a moron, and she was like a propagandist arm for the Kingpin, and made basically zero distance with her own like leaking, to the point where she's leaking pointless shit that sabotages her own operation, and then she got killed because she didn't understand like how to be a journalist. I guess what I'm getting at is, I'm not saying you'd get a meaningful result out of her dying. It's more so that it matches what the characters would have done, and it would be severe consequences for how stupid Daniel and BB have been. Like, it's what should happen, but if you said, like, what can we get out of it thematically, I'd be like, I don't know, nothing. BB's a useless crap character anyway, but, you know, that applies to all of them. So, like, there's no... The idea that it's like you're retreading, I'd be like, I don't think the show has to concern itself with that. That's what good shows have to concern themselves with.
Yep. And then we see that in the past, Buck goes to kill Ray, but he's already left, which I find very amusing. Introducing Buck, always a fixer, and he fails. Like, oh, yep, there he goes. But he's gone, ooh. And then, very annoyingly, it shows Matt, you know, talking to Foggy, because this is the last time we're going to see Foggy, I assume, ever. And you know, Matt suggests they change their firm should actually not Murdoch and Nelson, Nelson and Murdoch. Ha ha, hoo he ha ha.
Love it.
I still just want to remind everybody, loads of defenders of season 1 said Foggy would be back because it was a fake death.
This is him back.
This is him back.
This is him back. Yeah, he ain't coming back. He was just dead.
Yep.
Abandon all cope. Just accept that, you know, whatever, if something bad as a story choice happens, that's just the choice that they went with. That's it. Plain and simple. So, and then we're back to that's it for the flashback. Well, no. It's, Matt carries Dex into his little hideout, and she's doing some boxing, and you know, brings him in, and Karen is quite unhappy about this development.
Why did you say she's doing some boxing with a bit of a laugh? That Karen's like a superhero now. I don't know if you knew that. Maybe.
No, I was laughing at something else. There's something else that was funny.
That feels dismissive. She can be a superhero too. She can be a dead.
I was laughing at something else that was funny.
All right, fine.
Leave me alone.
Seems a bit rude. That's all.
Anyway, so brings us to the ending of this episode. So Vanessa wakes up, and Fisk's disposition, it completely changes for the first time in the entirety of Born Again. He does not speak with this patented Fisk voice. He sounds different. Should we talk about that?
I'm not sure what it's trying to. So I know there were a bunch of people who bitched about the fact that he cries in this episode, which is that's fine by me. I think if there's a circumstance which he's going to, it's probably the context of this episode. But I wasn't sure what they were trying to say, if anything, with the fact that he just sounds like a different person completely. Is that intentional, or did he just forget?
Presumably intentional, if it's only the one time.
It's you know, there is something to be said, I guess, like for the fact that he kind of like drops the silly voice and kind of, you know, has it's more of like a normal sort of high pitched voice. You know, he's very distraught and upset. I mean, he's doing some acting, but the problem is that any sort of analysis that can be done for why this would happen, it's like, well, unfortunately, you have to reconcile it with his general incoherency as a character.
With general incoherency, you know? And then it's like so if he's dropping up, like, does that mean that every other time he's been in any scene with any other character in any other context, he's putting on a voice?
He's just doing a bit, man. Just a bit.
Which is weird because he does it with her in every scene they have too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't, you know, whatever. But
the thing,
it fried his inhibitor chip.
I think what's worth considering here is that if I was to have taken a 10-year gap between the end of a Netflix show, and then I present to you a scene, and I tell you Vanessa's got the Black Plague. Oh gosh, she's dying. Look at her. She's dying. She's got seconds left. And I sit Vincent D'Onofrio down, and I'm like, act as though he's dying as Kingpin, and he starts doing it. I feel like you get the same, if not more, out of that out of context random scene as you would this, because everything that has led to this is stupid. Everyone's been acting out of character intensely, and so the best sort of praise you can give is for things that are a given, and I mean that insultingly in the context of the writers, not the other contributors. Like, D'Onofrio's acting is like, well, yeah, he's a really good actor and he cares about this. And then the connection those two share is like, well, yeah, that's all from the original stuff, not the new stuff. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, yeah, like there's something there and here with what's about to happen, but it's just like, how can we attribute any of this to Born Again as opposed to this is just an event they've snatched?
No.
In the same way that you know, any death that happens in Doomsday. If you watch Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man get fucking disintegrated or chopped to pieces by Wolverine or whatever, it's like, do you think any sadness you feel or melancholy is going to be because of Doomsday as opposed to, oh no, that's the guy from the things I like?
Yeah, and I suppose the problem now is that with in the case of Fisk and Vanessa, it's like, dude, I don't care. You know, I don't care about your relationship.
And also the scene itself, like, it is snatching somebody else's work, but like it's snatching it kind of incompetently in that. So like, she wakes up and says, "I want me some pineapple juice with ice," and this is strange, and he recognizes that it's strange because she doesn't like it, because like she almost has like an allergic response to it. And then the doctor comes in, and obviously this person's just come out of an intensive operation. The doctor needs to actually check that they're not about to die. And Kingpin, who you would have expected to be hyper paranoid about her health, maybe, and has now seen that something is wrong and something is up, says, "No, go get
her the pineapple juice. Get her the pineapple now!"
So it's kind of on him. He's being a bit of a retard, and then she dies because she wanted pineapple juice, and it's like it's a bit funny, and it's supposed to be really tragic.
Yeah, I mean, I find it funny. But yeah, no, she wants that pineapple juice, and so she drinks the pineapple juice, and then she dies.
Yeah.
There's one, like, the only neat-ish thing, I guess, is the little tell me a story device, which she then repeats as though he hadn't done it, and that tells you that the brain is gone, but even then...
I've seen it in too many things to care.
Yeah.
And the big problem is that her saying that prompts another retcon, a very annoying one, which is that it you know, in much the same way that, as it turns out, Vanessa had her own plans with the painting, it also turns out that Fisk kind of orchestrated his first meeting with Vanessa. Like, it wasn't that they connected through the painting. It seemed like he was already, you know, sort of looking at her in the first place anyway.
Yeah. Ugh. And I also want to clarify, by the way, is you know, the whole what you would feel isn't something that they've earned. I didn't mean to imply I felt anything. This was either apathy or funny for me, because everything so far has happened so haphazardly that I just sort of sit here like, what else are you gonna do? Who else is gonna die? Who else will do something wacky? Where's Powell?
Something I find very funny though is that because while she's flizzing out, they sort of intercut, you know, back and forth between the present and the past. And when they jump back to the past, they cut from their shitty flashbacks to season 1. And as soon as they do, it's like, oh, that looks way better. You shouldn't do that. You guys should do this to yourself.
Yeah.
Cutting from your fake flashbacks to actual season 1 footage. It serves to highlight that even their attempts to emulate that, which do improve it over the way that the show generally looks, it's still worse. Yeah, like, look at that.
It is funny to put themselves in such direct contrast, but
yeah,
they do it a couple of times, though. Yeah, I mean, on the note of him having the emotional outbursts, it's obviously easy to say that it would be like an appropriate moment because the love of his life is dying / dead. For me, I just thought that it was the obvious choice, as weird as that sounds. I would have thought Kingpin being such in high sort of stress and stakes moments, being so emotional, that this might snap him to the point where it would be, neutral, almost nothing, staring at it happening, almost completely disassociated, essentially.
The direction they've chosen to, which is like that he reverts to a childlike state.
Yeah, because it's interesting, right? They kind of do what I'm talking about in the next episode.
Yes, he does the silent treatment for the whole episode.
But I could have gone for like sort of a caring while she's talking, but then as soon as everything starts to kick in that she's actually dying, that like all emotion drops and he's just staring at it like as a thing of, I'm not, this can't be real sort of thing. But then it's simultaneously, have D'Onofrio play a fury within his eyes sort of thing, that there's like, you've just unlocked the most, angry kingpin possible. Watching him like, essentially blubber over this, for me, was just, I've just seen him have constant emotional outbursts in every scenario constantly. So it just doesn't do a lot for me. But I guess this scene wasn't working for me anyway, so.
No. And there was never really a way it could have worked, I don't think. After the damage that every other episode has done to these two characters, maybe if a beat like this had happened and you only had the original show to run with, then maybe, yeah, you can feel something. And it almost wouldn't matter. Or it would still matter, but it would matter less, like whether or not the emotional reaction he has is the most suitable for the scene. But we've gone from that relationship that they built up over those 3 original seasons now to she just cucked him with some painter and then was the best at everything for a bit and then made friends with the governor of New York somehow, and now she's dead.
That is insane, man. Like, this is what I mean about watching this out of context post the Netflix show would hit much harder without the season and a half of Born Again. Just ruining everything.
Insane amount of opportunity that they've deliberately wasted and then damaged beyond opportunity cost, just like actually undermining everything these characters used to be.
All this,
and not the only example either. I mean, it's kind of true of everything. So if this is, because this is probably going to be you would think anyway, it's going to be the most important death in this season. But even if it's not, it's sort of, there aren't many more deaths that could be more important than this, given the character and the history and where they're supposed to be in the plot. But then, if this is the effect this one has, and this scene is so underwhelming and even slightly funny, then it kind of kills your investment in anybody else they might think of killing off later, because it's not going to be better than this. They don't have any other characters they've got more work with, unless it's maybe Karen, but then she's kind of a bitch now too.
Just, I wonder if a sudden death would have been like better as well. Like full, like straight to her head, falls down, and that's it. You don't even get a goodbye. This is quite extended as a portion, and a couple people have said it's like technically she's got another fucking episode of dying, because she does die at the end of this one, but you get all the funeral shit next episode, and you're just like, move on. Because the thing is, this is gonna sound crazy and maybe a little bit radical, but a lot of people want more Daredevil in this show. Obviously, I think those people are crazy and
it's madness,
desperate. But not only, as we've said, there's been a lot of Kingpin. There's just so much of the other characters, and now we need to kick up the fucking leaking plot line like crazy. We're gonna get loads of the scenes for that to justify the conclusion of Daniel's story, everyone's favorite. You sort of looking back, like this was the season they had full control over, guys.
Yep. The ones who fixed the last season, apparently.
Somewhat.
Evidently not.
Makes you worry and
They're
speculate.
Out of excuses. They need to fire this current team and then bring in somebody else, so they have an excuse for making another bad season in 3.
There was a mole on the good team. This one guy from the bad team, he made it on. He was hiding, he was sneaking in all the bad writing. You could just get one more good writer. One more, it'll work. The season 3 is gonna whimper so hard, dude.
Yeah.
It sure will, and I'm looking forward to it. Not it existing, like, and me watching it, but just collapsing, I mean, if it's gonna exist.
It's, I think I made this sort of analogy before, but if you picture, like, a really strong tree made of Lego, and they started building a branch, and they just keep going and make this branch super duper heavy. The last episode of season 3 kicks in, drop one more Lego brick on that branch, and the whole branch just breaks off and falls. And you're like, well, Never mind. Like that was. We don't have to consider any of that shit. We're just. It was always just the tree in the center, which was the Netflix show. That's where it ended, unfortunately.
Yep. But in parallels, that's the end of episode 5, which brings us to episode 6. So Fisk he hugs the Doctor Man to death.
That was funny.
The pineapple wasn't pineapple enough.
It's just stupid.
So
Fisk hugs the Doctor to death.
The Doctor's being like really nice and a little too personal. When we were checking this out, I can't remember if one of us was just like, he's dead. He's gonna die. Like you could almost feel it in the way that they film shit, and it's just like, but your brain doesn't process it properly in the sense of, what? But why would he kill the Doctor? Like what? And you're just like, because he's mad. You're like, oh god, you guys, stop trying to write Kingpin. So embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's so dumb. Like, look at this shit.
He's dead now.
Yep. And, and then Buck just comes in. It's like, oh, he's going to sort it out. Like, so, which by the way, how this is just so indicative of how this show is just, like, dumb as fuck. Like, Kingpin hugged the Doctor to death. A Doctor who is renowned in his field, one of the best, probably has people that he knows who care about him. Put it to one side that he's probably just moderately famous, at least in his field.
And is attached to one very notable patient who,
he clocked in for work. He's on the cameras. He just disappeared forever.
Also, Buck kind of takes his sweet time, like looking around or walking kind of slow into the room as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna do this right. He's gonna go bury it with Daniel.
He disappeared while with Kingpin in a hospital. Like, how are you gonna cut? This is a hospital. How are you gonna even get him out? Whatever.
Oh my goodness, his spine collapsed. How horrifying.
And then we got more plot to be doing. We're back to plot now, I guess, vaguely. While Fisk, he's at the funeral. Task Force are moving all the weapons into a new warehouse, which makes Shaggy really mad. He's really mad. This has actually foiled his plans, that they've just moved the guns somewhere else. He didn't or couldn't account for that.
We're this far in. Shaggy just turns up to annoy and be annoyed. That's his thing.
And be himself, yeah.
Meanwhile, cutting back over to Powell is like, yeah, what's he doing? He's like, we have guns, guns.
And he's a bit sus of good cop man, Alan. That was his name. He's
oh
a bit
shit!
suspicious.
I forgot where this goes. Oh man, Powell's such a retard, but the show will award him.
He's a funny idiot. And so then a bunch of so we cut over to a house in the suburbs, and there's a bunch of mercenaries show up. This is, I don't even know why I'm trying to. This is Jessica Jones's house. They're coming to get her. She takes them all out with ease.
I'm just
and then disarms a door.
So much bad shit
that her daughter picked up.
So much bad shit happens this episode. Is actually kind of hard to track. We may as well talk now about. This is Shaggy's men.
This is Shaggy's guys.
And they know Jessica Jones.
Not only do they know, Shaggy was specifically seeking out like superpowered people.
And he said they were supposed to talk to you. They arrive immediately with weapons holstered, weapons aimed. Sorry,
they're ready to fight.
You even hear when she goes out the door, and then like you can't see because the camera stays inside with the kid. One of them says something like, "It's her," and then you hear gunshots. I think so. Like they just immediately start shooting as well. It's not. There's no attempt.
I just want to talk to them. I just want to talk to them.
But yeah, it's just like, oh, I guess they were trying to kill her, but just didn't anticipate that she would fuck them up completely because she's Jessica Jones.
Because she's like ultra. She's very strong. Very, very strong. I think she's stronger than Captain America, actually.
So, it doesn't work out for them. They all get, shit on. So, yeah. How about that?
Though I'd say she's pretty casual about sort of coming in and disarming that grenade that her daughter picked up.
That's the I mean, that almost, I think, does it, because I think some people in chat might think they pass over that comment. So a grenade goes into her house. Her child picks it up and plays with it for like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And then she casually walks in and says, "That's not a toy," and presses a button and it stops. Now, I get that the writers probably just think this is a fun, cute little cameo reintroduction of a much loved character, but I kind of want to be invested in the story you're telling, and it really helps if characters in that story are invested in the story that's being told. You're telling me here that this person, who I might not even know anything about if I don't remember Defenders or whatever the fuck she was in, is pretty lackadaisical about the security of her own child, so not entirely sure I like her very much already.
Yeah, it's not good. They play her little theme song though when she shows up.
No.
Also, they just kind of leave her daughter. Like, someone watches her daughter. Like, I don't know, armed guards came to their house. Why does she just leave her?
Oh well, yes, that's true because she shows up later. So I guess she's left her with, I don't know, someone at some point. You know. Also, obviously, it's like, right, okay, so. You know, because how many years has it been since I did not watch season 3 of Jessica Jones? I thought season 2 sucked. So that's as far as I got with her. But I guess she, you know, got married at some point. I mean, you know, you assume this is Luke Cage's daughter. Which I don't know if anything happened in season 3. I remember it's not that they disliked each other or anything, but like their relationship, you know, ended. But I guess, you know, unless something else happened. But yeah, no, I guess probably, you know, he's even mentioned or alluded to. He's mentioned in the next episode, I believe, but alluded to here. So this is like what's happened with her.
Because yeah, even if that kid is super strong and super invulnerable, the grenade would still destroy a house. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to. But
I don't even. Yeah, but I mean, do we even know that that's like, I don't know. Would she inherit the bulletproof skin? Like, you know, why would that be?
It seems weird to me to be like, I don't care about a grenade going off in my child's face because I'm pretty sure they're immune. It's like, what? That's a weird. I don't
Trial by fire. You got to find out at some point. She doesn't even know yet.
But yeah. That's it. There she is. Wow. She's not in this episode much.
That's a shame.
Know, you're only gonna get like, well, I don't know that she really cared, to be honest.
No, I did not get an impression from her acting that she gave a fuck.
So, you know, in any case, so we're at a scene that's very annoying. So we got Soledad.
We're gonna have to narrow that down. We're at an annoying scene.
So she's tending to Dex's wounds, and Karen is quietly seething in the corner. And Angela, you remember her? She says, you know, protests going to take place outside City Hall. Wow, look at that. And so then they leave. That's kind of all she's there to do is say like, oh yeah, I guess that's happening. But now we're going to have a big old conversation between our two protagonists. So Karen says to Matt, do you remember that night at the Clinton Street church? He killed Father Lantom, and then he hurt you so bad, I actually thought I'd lost you for a minute. Matt points out that he obviously remembers this. And so upon hearing that, she continues, so you told me that you were going to kill Fisk, and I told you not to. And again, Matt tells Karen that he remembers this. What are we doing?
Well, what if you didn't watch that? Or what if you don't remember it? This is how people talk, okay? When you say, do you remember when we talked about the thing? And the person says, yes. You then, recall all of it. That's how you do that. That makes sense. That's how people talk.
You ask people if they remember one of the most important days, one of the worst days of their life.
And when they say yes, you have to then detail it.
Yes. When they say yes, it's like, okay, so I guess that's a green light for me to continue explaining to you stuff that you remember.
They're pretty bad, as you know, because that scene is incredibly impactful, and they're just as you knowing it.
And so, Karen then asks, what if I was wrong? To which Matt weakly says, Karen, please stop it. can't you see this is what separates us from him?
Uh,
He says it like that, like in that sort of tone of voice. It's very as I said, it's very weak.
This was hard to listen to because it betrays the writer's misunderstanding of the character hard. It's like, you see, Matt's having trouble with this, and he has to argue it, but he doesn't fully believe it. It's like, dude, where do you think he draws this from? And why do you think he believes it's so fucking hard? Why do you think this is so hard for him in the first place? Do you think Karen saying, well, this person's particularly bad, so we should get them, is really going to make a difference to all the shit he's been through in what is now 3 seasons and a mutated season? You would think, like, after all that, you wouldn't be getting a Matt that says, Instead, no, you might be getting one that's fucking quick to anger, maybe even, like, offended that she's even having this conversation with him, to shut her down immediately with all of the best arguments.
Like, why are you saying this to me? Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck? You know what I believe. We've talked about this before. You know, you can't convince me out of this. You know, this is it.
Well, and further, he should be able to stump her with a bunch of really good points of view about the nature of
course,
all of this, actually. Every fundamental prism you could look at killing Dex from, he should be able to rattle them all off to her. Even if he doesn't fully believe in them right now. But no, instead we're dealing with him being like, oh, Karen,
yeah,
stop, leave me alone, Karen.
And also, I feel like it feels like Karen's got a bit of partial Flanderization of that she yells sometimes, like she gets a bit almost like hissy, sort of, you know, like
yeah.
I mean that as in, like, it's kind of just sort of this, like, you know, yeah, like he has proven that he will not hesitate. It's like, ooh, all right. And I think she's a really good actress. I don't know, but I wonder what the direction is, like, in terms of, you know what I mean? It's like, it's there's a temperament that it feels like, oh, you remember like those times when like Karen will almost like surprise you with being kind of like aggressive and standoffish and willing to confront people? Like, what if we just make that kind of how she is, like, regularly, just kind of persistently? Very, I don't know, a bit more like exaggerated. I don't like the direction. Yeah, no. Like that.
It feels like a little like it comes out of nowhere in the sense that she's got to do this to make this work. This is what the point is.
Yeah.
She's getting all mad. And Daredevil doesn't know what to do because he doesn't fully understand the situation either. Oh, geez, Jiminy Cricket. And you're just like, good God, guys.
Yeah. And then, and then, because, you know, he says,
yeah,
like, you know, cut.
There was a small moment here where she talks about having killed Wesley, and she says, I still have fucking nightmares. It cuts over to Daredevil, and he has this fucking... Oh, this triggered me when I was watching it. Because if someone says this to you, when you're Daredevil, with all of everything that you've been through and know, imagine what you could offer. This reminds me of the criticism everyone gave to Doctor Who, when... I forget, someone in chat's going to have to remind me, it's the Jodie Whittaker Doctor. I think one of her companions mentions, like, having cancer and trying to overcome it and what it did to them. And then her reply is just like, well, I'm socially awkward, so... Like, I don't know how to help you, sorry. When she says, like, I have nightmares about the people I've killed, and his response is this expression of just like,
yeah,
okay.
I don't get it. And what's very strange is that this is after him having had, you know, overcome some issue last episode that was meant to be kind of like triumphant, like sort of recommitting to his values, and yet when confronted on that choice, he doesn't like have an answer other than, please stop.
I would even have bought, you could solve these two problems at once. Instead of, on one hand, he can't argue to her anything that could make her understand why you shouldn't kill people, from his point of view, and simultaneously offering her nothing when she says she's tormented by the nightmares of having killed someone. Why don't you have him say something, even ask her the question of, why do you think you have those nightmares? Just to keep this going somewhere? But no, like I said, this expression. And unfortunately, Charlie Cox does this great, because he's a really good actor. But it's just Daredevil confused. Matt doesn't know what to do.
No,
they don't even try to explain the episodes anymore. They just look at you like this.
They just look at you like this.
I think that is what's annoying, is I think that they're both doing good performances of like bizarre direction for both of the characters.
That's another example, by the way, in Stranger Things, the hospital scene where Mike, right? Yeah. Doesn't there's so many examples of writers don't know what to do, because that's probably what they would do if someone said something like this to them. They'd be like, "Oh, geez."
The characters are only as smart as the people writing them.
Yep, true.
Pretty much.
Which is what they're having problems with on The Boys right now, with the smartest woman ever.
Oh yeah.
Carrot again kind of does the weird like Dex moral relativism, like, "Oh, are we that's separate." And then Matt says, it's not up to us to take life. That's his answer, which is then what prompts her, bringing up the cheap shot Wesley. And she says, and then she says, she doesn't regret it because it was either him or her, and maybe that's the same that it is with Fisk. It's either him or Fisk, and that their conflict will never end until one of them dies. To which a very feeble Matt replies, "I can't think about it that way."
Oh god, it was so painful. Karen,
and then he just gives up, and says, that Karen, like, "You're not yourself. This isn't you." That's it. That's like his conclusion. He's not going to make any arguments to convince her. It's like, this isn't you, Karen.
You're being silly, Karen.
You at all.
Yeah, but Karen.
And then they don't need to talk about it anymore because Karen gets a text from Jessica. So Matt's got to go. But before he leaves, he says, "Vengeance isn't justice."
Good job, Matt. That'll do it.
Anyway, I'm gonna leave you alone now with Dax.
The man who killed Foggy. The man who killed Father Lantum.
Conversation that we're having right now about whether or not he should die. Him and Fisk.
Well, and it should shock nobody in the fucking stream right now that we will see her holding a gun to his head very soon. So,
of course. Yep. So, it's pretty annoying. Then they're at whatever the mansion where the New York lives. And McCaffrey, the governor, it basically says to Sheila, you remember her? Basically says like she's gonna topple Fisk and that maybe Sheila should try and become the mayor. Meanwhile, Buck is trying to get the lieutenant governor to topple McCaffrey. That's the dynamic, I guess.
A weird thing, because I knew at least one of these people. I had seen them before. I did not remember the guy that Buck was talking to. But in both cases, it's like for something this important, you would think, like, it's almost like the show thinks it's made these people characters. And it hasn't. I don't know who they are. So this seemingly very important scene has virtually no effect on me whatsoever.
Yeah, it's and it doesn't even really matter anyway. Like any of this, I guess the Sheila thing will matter a bit more, but whatever. But I did find it funny. She's had nothing to do for these last, and she didn't really have anything to do in this episode either.
No,
it's like they've forgotten about her. She showed up at the fight, and I think she was. I don't even know if she was in the last episode actually.
I was just
and
amused
this is all she gets in this episode.
Seeing Heather like crying over the death of Vanessa. She's like, shut up.
Well, it's a bit awkward because there's a bit of a tonal thing of like, sure, you do realize like Vanessa was a terrible person, right?
Yeah.
Like obviously, Fisk is going to feel bad, and I guess all these loser evil characters are going to feel bad about it, but like you need to recognize the tone that you should actually be, But anyway, and then so apparently it's Daniel's birthday. And so BB suggests they do something, which prompts Daniel to ask, "Why are you keeping tabs on my personal life?" And she says, "Daniel, it's your birthday. I put it in my phone calendar."
The
dialogue. This is like I don't know, try to be human sort of thing that just backfires. I put your birthday in my phone calendar.
I think I said to you at the time, it reminds me of that line in the Marvels where Monica walks up to a little girl and says, "Hello, small child." You're like, who told you to say that? Why'd you say it like that? Who says, like, I know when your birthday is because it is in my phone calendar.
It's in my phone calendar.
You know what
know,
normal people say is, "I know when your birthday is." That's all they say.
Or if they're gonna say it's in their calendar, they'll just say it's in their calendar.
Or funnily enough, in their phone,
calendar.
they won't say both.
Or on their phone calendar. Really weird.
Very overcompensating.
Daniel, he's going to be going back to Staten Island because that's where he's from. Staten Island. For his birthday to hang out with his mom. And BB suggests that she tag along, and then Buck intrudes on the conversation and says, BB, you always seem to be where the action is, seemingly forgetting that, putting to one side his general skepticism of her, she is a part of their Ministry of Truth. Like, she's their propaganda.
Yeah, she was working with them.
So, is it really a surprise that she's here talking to the deputy mayor of communications?
Yeah, I just forget fucking roles all the time. Also, someone in chat was just like, "Do you remember human intercourse?" Was that what video did the? That's from fucking ages ago. For some reason, I'm remembering like Starship Troopers. I think they described two characters in that film as having human intercourse because they didn't want to say sex, I guess. But like, what a bizarre way to describe sex, human intercourse.
Yeah, so this next little bit might be like the best microcosm for my particular frustrations with Buck and also kind of the method of writing that the show often uses. So Buck takes Daniel aside and provides him with another one of his shitty anecdotes. So he says, "Have you ever heard of the barium meal test? It's a technique developed by my former colleagues. In order to find a mole, you must first offer them something to out themselves with. You see, barium glows like a light in the darkness." So this is Buck's way of saying, yeah, tell BB something false and see if she leaks it. But instead, he needs to make it this long-winded, stupid analogy.
In order that they can replay the same joke as the previous episode, basically, because he says it's the barium meal test, and then what's his name says, I think that's the diet that my mum's on. And the previous episode, it's like, have you ever heard of Hellman, like the mayonnaise? It's the same joke. It's just, he says something that sounds sinister, and it's misunderstood to be food-related. And then it turns out not to be food related. Because is that what they're going for?
I think so.
Remember, he knows hot dogs. He doesn't know. He doesn't know assassin stuff. Why you
do your weird, stupid anecdotes and all this shit? Just tell him plainly. But they do this a lot. Like, again, I view this as almost it's a similar thing to play happy music while evil character does something strange and then does something evil. It's like, we're a real television show, and real television shows, people kind of like will have 1 or 2 minute monologues about some weird thing, like some esoteric or strange bit of knowledge or routine or insight that they have to try and make a point. That's like what a real TV show does, rather than just having characters speak plainly. Instead of just saying like, bro, just tell her something false, see if it pops up, and then you know she did it.
Someone was bothering me.
Let me tell you about the barium meal test. Like, what are we doing?
They're having this extremely sensitive conversation, and you can already see there's someone about 2-3 meters away, and you see their leg. But also, if BB would just hiding behind the wall and listening, she would have heard all of this. And if she were the leaker, you'd be expecting her to do stuff like that. Yeah. But no, they just don't seem. I don't even know if there is a door to close on that thing. But what a stupid place to have this conversation. But yeah, I'm a big fan of an analogy that makes it so much more complicated that you didn't even understand the simple thing to begin with. It's like, what's happening?
Yeah. So then we have Shaggy. He calls Fisk to bitch about how the weapons are being moved, and Fisk, he gives him the silent treatment before hanging up, which prompts Shaggy to fucking seethe. Like he's all gone wrong for him.
Which is
what an idiot.
Well. But, like, why isn't King... Like, why do you want to rock that boat? It's only going to cause problems, which it does.
He's in a some men just want to watch the world burn stage, but that would be way clearer if we actually understood what the world in question was.
What's funny is you probably should send Buck to kill him then, because he's only going to get in your way now.
Yep. I'm going to do that.
He's just kind of people mad, you know? You got to make excuses.
Yeah, basically. And so then we see that there are a bunch of protesters outside City Hall. They're protesting Fisk.
There are some
Angela
mourners
said they
as well,
would,
but
and they
they'll
did.
disappear between shots because the
That's
the
right,
show
yeah.
forgets that they are there in the first place.
No, we don't care about them anymore. Bye. See ya. Go away. And so Daredevil meets Jessica on a rooftop overlooking Fisk's like warehouse. It's got all the weapons, and I don't, the dialogue is just really wooden. This is very much a scene where it's like, do you want to be here?
Doesn't feel natural at all. Doesn't feel like there's a strong history between them. Feels way more practical of what we've come across this so many times, where it's like a list of jobs that need to be completed by this scene, which is she needs to tell him what's happened up to this point. They need to have a few questions just about what is currently happening, and then they need to decide on what they do next, and then go do it. And that's how the dialogue feels throughout this whole thing.
Pretty much, she's kind of just there to she did some digging, because remember, she's an investigator. This is what she does. So she's figured out everything basically. She tells him that Shaggy is running cover for Fisk, and she adds that Shaggy was also interested in recruiting people with superpowers. And she implies that Luke took up an offer to work for him, and we find out later that he did. And then also her powers like occasionally just stop working since she had her daughter.
Yeah, her
and
powers
all
are
she has for that
flickering.
is, I don't really. Yeah, like it's not the way that it works is it's almost like an on-off. It's like binary. She's got the super strength, and then suddenly she just doesn't have it.
Not sure how that works.
I don't know what the point of this is. I don't know how that works. I don't know where they're going with it.
Well, there's only one time it actually comes up, right? Which is where she goes to punch a plot-relevant character, and immediately she can't do anything. Everyone else is fucked.
Powell has plot armor. Her powers stop working when she tries to punch Powell. But it doesn't even matter, really. Because, they just go into the warehouse and beat the shit out of all of the task force. And in doing so, explosives are set off, and the warehouse burns to the ground. But they specifically show all the task force guys like, get up, get him, we gotta get out of here, because they realize like, oh wait, if it blows up and there are people in there, that's like really bad for Daredevil. So they made sure like, oh, everybody get up, we gotta go, and everybody got out. Every single person. This was accidental, I'm pretty sure as well. It's like the explosives were set off from all of the fighting that was going on. Not a very interesting action scene at all. Pretty boring. Doesn't even really make much sense.
Further highlight how funny it is that Powell is the one that's speared and then knocked out. But like he's just such a funny dude. He'll just turn up whenever he's safe to turn up. He's just not allowed to die
in
yet.
A fight scene, it's like when you try and kill an NPC in say Skyrim who needs to give you a quest, and like you just can't do it. They just fall unconscious for a bit and then they wake up.
I just realized, well, the editing is so fucking choppy in this whole sequence.
Mm-hmm. They have way more money and way more time to prepare for these action scenes than they ever had in the original series, and look at how much worse they are.
Well, and they just like burst in and start beating people up that all have guns and do come close to killing Jessica Jones a couple of times. And like, why doesn't Daredevil just do this with stealth? He knows where everyone is.
Yeah. But we need them both working together. But I mean, it is noteworthy. Like, Jessica Jones is a glass cannon. Like, she ain't like Luke Cage. She doesn't have bulletproof skin. Like, if she gets shot, she's dead.
And her powers sometimes don't work.
And her powers are occasionally turning on and off. So Oh, also, you do wonder, because obviously the mercenaries that attacked at her house, the implication was they were all dead. But here, I guess all these guys are fine because they realized it would be really awkward if even though they forget this sometime, like with Dex, they're gonna forget it in the next episode that Matt might have a problem with Dex working sort of in tandem, not like right next to him, but in tandem with him, or with his interests aligned while like killing people.
Why did they show us?
Well, and the same with Punisher last season.
They showed us Karen shooting someone, Daredevil realizing it, and then they didn't talk about that. That's so fucking weird.
I don't care. I don't really care.
They'll talk about it vaguely, in a sense, killing Wesley in the Netflix show, but not the guy she killed recently. Yeah. It's like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Nah, he doesn't have a name, so it doesn't matter. And that's it. The warehouse blows up. All the weapons are gone. That's it. Wow. Makes you wonder why you didn't just do that in the first place.
Yep, so easy. Could have been done at any point.
Yeah.
What happened to, we need to connect him to the way? He just gave up on that. He basically just gives up on that. Because like, oh, well, I guess that first mate, that didn't work out, so,
But they recorded the first mate before he got killed, didn't they? Or did that?
They did.
Yeah.
But they haven't done anything with that. And was something that Karen mentions in the prior scene that, first mate, he never turned up, and whatever her source never did anything, so they're both probably dead. And I think that's what we're meant to conclude. That's like the end of the Northern Star plot line. Because now it's like transitioning into just Fisk is just going to get in trouble. Like in general, he's just sort of not doing well because, there's more raids and everything going on. It's like, sure, you need to make up your mind. You said that shit was popular. Which of course
how
wouldn't
he got
be.
elected.
But they said he was popular. He was doing well. And then suddenly it's not because things have escalated more or something vaguely. And then there's like, one little thing that's going to tip it over the edge. It's, the state of the world. It's just not even, we're not really interested in being consistent on that, but whatever. Then we got a scene that we can blast through super quick because it's a Heather scene. So, she goes into Vanessa's bedroom, steals one of her earrings, and then she stares at a mirror and the camera tilts. Ooh. And then Buck enters the room and encourages Heather to choke him. And this somehow makes her feel better.
Yeah, and there's no way to make that sound. It is that is what happens.
That is just what it is. Yeah, there's no explanation almost for it. He sees that she's very upset and sort of panicky, and then asks to show him what Muse did to her. And she describes it, and then he says, "Show me." She says, "No," and he says, "Show me," and then she chokes him, and he seems to kind of enjoy it. And it's like, what are we doing?
She's going unhinged.
This is unlocking her Muse powers
Muse or something. Yeah, this is what happens.
Like I think even the writers like, how do we make her become Muse? There's like, I don't know, man.
Yep. Pretty
It's the best they got, okay? She wants to strangle people because she got strangled.
Stupid.
Also,
that's the scene, though.
From chat, apparently in the script there was gonna be a kiss, but the actress said no.
Oh. Okay.
News to me.
Well, I thought I did think when I was watching this, I was like, oh, don't do it, go on, like, don't be cringe, but obviously I don't care either way. It was just more of a, like, why not throw on top of everything else that these two are now in a relationship? Fuck it.
Whatever, who cares? Stupid, dumb show.
And part of me still wonders whether they are going to do something with Buck. And like, is he maneuvering on his own? Like, is he gaining allies as he goes? Does he know that she's mad? And is he gonna, like, effectively he's like taking Kingpin's assets from out underneath him? But then I remember that this is Daredevil Born Again and not a good show. So the likelihood of that happening is slim.
Yep. I mean, there's no point in sort of speculating on anything like that. It's just going to be stupid garbage, really. That's it. Speaking of which, so, Daniel and Bibi, they're waiting to go to Staten Island for the ferry. And so Daniel, he feeds her the false story. Fisk is not going to run for re-election. He's not going to run. Ooh. That's it. So yeah, back at the warehouse, Powell he's big mad. He's really mad about the loss of the weapons, and then he goes to good cop man again, Alan, and he acts really weird with him. He's weird. He's like, oh, here's your key card that you lost. Anyway, let's go and go on a mission.
Which doesn't make a lot of sense, because if you remember, this guy got kidnapped, quote unquote, by Daredevil and Karen. And he was like, wait, I want to help you guys. I'm actually a good man. And they took his card so that they could access, whatever the hell they wanted. And so Powell returning it, he shouldn't be like, hey, you lost your card. And he's like, oh, thanks, there we go. He should be instead like, yeah, man, it was fucking brutal. They took it, and it was after I got, captured. Sucks that I lost my card. But weirdly, Powell sees him saying thanks and taking the card as, like, proof. He's like, yeah, you little rat fuck. I knew it. It's like, what? Why'd you give? Like, why wouldn't you be a bit more careful, bro? Like, what? Okay, because this is gonna have major consequences for that guy.
Yeah, for that guy specifically, it doesn't actually matter really, but you know, yeah. It's yeah, but now they're, you know, off they go. And then we got you know, Daniel, he's got his birthday. This is actually like pretty lengthy, but we can get through it super quick. Because like all that's to be concluded from, you know, him talking with his mum is like, oh look, he's like, look at him. He you know, he's a nice guy. It's like he's a bad guy. He's really bad.
Oh, you doing
like,
all
if his
the
character dies, you will feel bad for him. He has a family. His mother loves him very much. He might have done bad things before, but you will always like him now. Look at his room. It's like a child's room. He's so pure. How could this have happened to him? He's a loser. Why would he die?
This is one of the many retcons, I would say. Like, the show is insisting that he is a good, kind soul, and he's so close to redemption if you could just do the right thing. That's going to be his arc, and it's just like, where the fuck was this in season 1? Like, what are you doing? What is happening?
Yeah.
Is this, like, sort of soulful look around his room with all of these this evidence that he's a person?
This is what makes her decide not to betray him. Because she's gonna leak the false story.
As people do, she typed the entire message into her phone, didn't hit send, walked into his room, took a look around, and then thought, no, I'm not going to break the story of my career.
Yep. Really just worth... And then, yes, this is... she's what you might have noticed, she's wearing her... I don't know, her signature green jacket. And Daniel sees it, and he finds the SD card in there because she never removed it, even though it's been days.
Just want to show chat, right? So you see him here. He's like, he looks down. You're like, oh no! And it's like the green jacket, and you just at this point you're like, well, surely it wouldn't be in there. Why would it be in there? Like, that would be really stupid.
Days. It's several days. It's there. It is. It is there. He finds it.
Gets it,
and then he confronts her on it. Well, that's before, but it's because we got a very short scene where Shaggy meets the governor and basically says that he's going to roll.
Oh, I thought you were
Fisk.
doing Daniel's scenes first, because I think we've skipped over the Karen and Bullseye one. I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. I totally did. Never mind. Yeah. So so Dex wakes up and he says his famous catchphrase, "Hello, Karen." That's what he says. He says, "Hello, Karen." And so Dex explains that killing Foggy was his way out. Again, he seemingly forgot that it nearly got him killed. Landed back in prison.
You didn't have to kill Foggy at all. What do you mean? Wouldn't the move be like, yes, Vanessa, I will definitely do that for you, and then be like, Matt, Foggy, you'll never guess what just happened. These fuckers actually got me out on this crazy legal loophole bullshit. I don't even know. They want me to kill you guys, essentially. We should get them instead.
I'm not really interested in that, given that, you know, Kingpin and Vanessa, like, betrayed me.
There's also, again, he just goes, all right, I'll go get him, but then hops on a plane, just like, fuck this. Like, I hate this stupid place. I'm just gonna go somewhere else. Live my life. But no, like I said, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's got nothing, like, story-wise, nothing for his character. They're just like, he's around, he's Bullseye, he kills people, he's mad, he wants to get Kingpin and Vanessa, I think. He's also like, ha ha ha, why don't you just kill me, Daredevil? Ha ha ha, why don't you just kill me, Karen? Ha 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 ha. If I die doing any of this, it's fine with me. Ha ha. I'm wacky.
Yep. And so, yeah, Karen points a gun at his head, and Dex says, thank you. And then Matt throws his baton at the gun just as she's about to fire it.
You skipped over the most important part. When she puts the gun to his head, the show remembers that we probably don't know any motivation for her, because nobody remembers Karen. She's a sort of tertiary character from some other show. They start to flash images. Look at this one, guys.
Yeah,
Recognize this guy? Yeah. And look, Nelson Murdoch and remember this? Huh? Do you know who this is? Yeah. This is why she's mad, okay?
They cropped it, though. They cropped it. This is,
yes, they did crop it.
Consistent role.
And so it's just so funny to me, like, we just want you to understand, she wants to kill him because Foggy is dead, okay?
Yeah.
Like, wow, yeah, I think I got that. That's basically all she talks about in relation to Bullseye. So yeah, we're good.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Matt throws the baton.
Very funny.
And Karen starts screaming, "You keep choosing the wrong people. Fisk, this thing over the people who love you." To which Matt meekly says, "What?"
Oh god, it's so bad. I can't let you do this, Karen.
What?
Karen, you're not thinking straight.
People died because Matt let Fisk and Dex live, and then she begs Matt to let her kill him, saying that she'll carry it for him, as if him just leaving the room and letting her do that isn't the same as essentially killing him himself.
Like she has no idea who he is at all or why he thinks anything. She's just like, it's the you killing people you can't do. I can do it.
Yeah, like literally the physically doing it, but I can do that for you, and it's all good. And so, yeah, so that Matt asks, "What happened to you?" And Karen says, "I grew up."
When we were watching it, I was like, she's gonna say I woke up, and then she said I grew up, and I was like, no.
Yeah. Close enough.
Yeah.
That captures the spirit of it. So yeah, great stuff. Riveting.
Just awful. And then Bullseye's like, he. Because what else would he be doing?
But yeah, jumping back ahead. So Daniel confronts BB about her, constantly leaking everything, and basically tells her like, Buck's coming for you, and that's real bad. I ain't gonna be able to do shit about that. Because Buck's calling. He wants to know what's up.
It is funny though, because the context, like how this begins, is him saying, "Drop the act. Like you're manipulating me." And again, you just sort of sit there like she has since you met her. Like you've revealed several times.
The whole time. All she does is betray you. Like obviously you're evil, but that's all she does. Is she keeps stabbing you in the back.
It's so silly to treat this as though this is some horrible reality that he's had to like she really secured her position and she's done this so well when it's just been so obviously her. She fucking told Gallo that she's gonna run anti-propaganda when, as far as she was aware, he was like one of Fisk's #1 guys. All you could tell from the outside, as much as he wasn't. She couldn't have known that. My point is that she's just willing to reveal this information pretty handily. She's very bad at her job. She'll leak any information, doesn't matter if it's useful at all.
Doesn't matter how useful, like if it's particularly useful or not, and then all of that. Like, I mean, she ain't good at this.
No, and clearly, so him being like, "Drop it, you're manipulating me." It's like, yeah. So now what? It's like, well, Buck's gonna kill you, and she's like, "What?" I don't understand.
Yeah.
You are here. You are motivated because you believe Kingpin killed your uncle.
Yeah.
So why are you confused?
You're an idiot. So stupid. Which sort of brings us to the sort of end portion of the episode, which is kind of just baffling.
Yeah,
really,
this is a catastrophe. In fact, this whole sequence kind of gets you to a point of being like, was this the worst episode of this season? It's like, it's in the running.
Yeah.
It's in the running for sure. What you've got is, the protests outside City Hall. It's getting pretty intense. Fisk is super mad. He's watching in the window. It's red and white. Isn't that crazy? And that's like the two colors. And Karen's there wearing her funny wig. And so she gets like a projector screen, blasts on the walls of City Hall the testimonies of Soledad and the other prisoners, talking about what happened to them. And the protesters get further incensed.
There is nothing that any task force can do to stop any of that from happening, by the way. You can just set up projectors wherever you want. The police can't get to them. You can set up loudspeakers. They can't stop that. For now.
I got vibes when this was starting up. I did say it to you before it happened, and it's already been said in chat. I was like, wait, are we doing Andor here? Like, what's
well... The show definitely like views this as a sort of grandiose, inspiring moment, right? Of all of the, I resist, rebel. I think she says rebel in Spanish, and I was like, ooh, you guys were really proud of like yourselves for that, weren't you? You know, like, oh, look at us.
Yeah.
To the Andor point, though, I mean, even some of the staging is kind of similar in the sense that, like, you have the protest movement, which is gathering in the middle, and they're being allowed a little bit of leeway, and then they're being slowly surrounded by the forces who are supposed to stop them, and then there's going to be an inciting event, which is kind of a false flag, and that's going to be the thing that allows the task force to go and crack down on these otherwise peaceful protesters, which is all Andor-like, if Andor was written by absolute retards.
Yes, but obviously I get what Mauler means with that, because you know, after this happens, and you know, because I figure we can split it apart basically. So that happens. Fisk scurries off to his little dungeon where he's going to talk to Daredevil, and they're going to be there. And so I don't know, something happens at some point where Buck calls Powell and gives him some kind of green light. And so he grabs Al and he's like, I know it was you. And then shoots him in the head, to the point that even North, the other evil cop man, is like, what are you doing? And then he's like, oh, it's the vigilantes did it. All right, go and get those protesters.
I did laugh at that line. That's a very funny line.
How was funny?
Shoot someone in the head and say, those damn pesky vigilantes.
Damn vigilantes. All right, let's crack some skulls.
So like
I think that one was Spider-Man. Let's go get him.
For those who don't remember, in Andor, it's a planned sequence that's going to justify loads of shit further with boosted propaganda, but it's all in piece by piece by piece, a huge operation to just get people in the right place at the right time, to just move in the right ways, and then they just need to tip it all off, which is one sniper on the bad guy team shoots one of the bad guys, and they panic, all of the soldiers who are in the middle of the crowd. They don't know what's going on, so they start shooting back, and then everyone's shooting at each other. And then they have the full justification. You can't like you could say like, oh, how do they not know that sniper? Blah, blah. It's just like, it happens so quickly in such a distance when everyone's shouting and panicking that it's really hard to tell what the fuck happened. And by the time you would even be curious, it's way too late. Everyone's getting gunned down. Doesn't matter how it started at that point. This is such a funny child's view on how to recreate that. Powell just executes one of his own men in front of everyone. It's like, wait, what are you doing? And there's enough time. It's not like he starts shooting everybody and so it all gets out of chaos. It's like, no, there's a silence, and then his men are like, why did you do that? He's like,
it's not like it happens and then the chaos begins. He does is like, oh yeah, vigilantes did it. All right, let's beat some people up.
Fucking vigilantes, man. What are you gonna do? They killed scientists.
But this is kind of the nature of just everything to do with Fisk and the power that he wields and how it's wielded, and the fact that like the task force are just insanely evil. It's like this is all like farcical in a way that means it's actually useless. Like if you want to, you know, if the show says that it has aspirations of providing social commentary, it's like, when you create a situation like this, like when this is the nature of the story of just, oh yeah, Fisk can just like hug a man to death and then just cover it up and like nobody cares and nothing matters, no consequences, or like, oh yeah, Fisk has like a task force that can just be like, oh yeah, I don't, you're an attorney client, whatever the fuck, we don't even need probable cause to go. It's, you know, like, oh yeah, and then you got like the vigilante trials where like they can't have like a jury and it's like a clear show trial sham thing. Like when it all gets like this farcical, like, how is this in any way useful compared to Andor, which is set in the Star Wars universe, like in space, you know, and sort of a far-flung, high-concept science fiction world, offers a story that's like way more useful and meaningful in terms of like, you know, social commentary, allegory, you know, theme. Whereas this is just stupid. It's plainly stupid.
The way it works with both of them exceeding their potential, this is hilarious. So instead of it being like, oh, that wasn't very well executed, but I understand what you're trying to do, it got so bad that I'm laughing, right? And so obviously the creators would probably be like, ah, fuck, well, we screwed that up. Meanwhile, Andor, presenting a similar idea and how it all constructs, instead of simply being entertaining or engaging, it's like scary watching that episode to an extent of how it all comes together. How well thought out the bad guys were, how ruthless. Even something that sticks in my mind is realizing that they have a room filled with KX units just waiting.
Yeah.
It's just like,
well,
oh,
then
fucking
even
hell.
just the sort of the grim reality that they're essentially counting on very incensed and upset people essentially undertaking an action that puts them in a situation where, the fact that they care about their home essentially being looted, and that they want to, defend it, like that is what is used to the advantage of the Empire. The fact that they're actually wanting to fight for their home is like ultimately what is their undoing because of the system that sort of surrounds them and how the events are being orchestrated.
Like sending the basically untrained soldiers right into the middle of the crowd as well, knowing that they're going to be the ones who'll panic. So essentially, you've put all of those pieces in play. You've got the actual professional soldiers that are providing the ring around, keeping everyone trapped in, drumming up tension. Then you have the already angry populace. Then you have the false flag of the sniper attack. And then you have the natural panic of the untrained, effectively sacrificial lambs. This show has the task force in a constant position of utterly secure authority, which is one of the many reasons this is just so shallow by comparison. It's just like some guy shoots one of them. They don't think that's really a problem. Then he says, just as the vigilantes, I guess, go shoot the innocent people. And then off they go to shoot the innocent people. But at no point
even then,
were they ever really under threat themselves.
They don't shoot them. They just sort of generally kind of wrestle and fight with them.
Yes.
Man,
because
the timeline actually matches too, dude. Like, because it would have been April.
They would have been shooting this about when Andor was coming out.
June, yeah. So it would have been mid-June when those episodes drop, and they filmed this up to July of 2025. So it would line up perfectly. I'm not even. I'm so cynical about this. They fucking watched that episode and said, "Yeah, we got to do that. We got to do that."
Well, we know that they do make some crazy sort of late game decisions that, in terms of changing the story. There's one in episode 7 that's particularly notable in that regard. And I think what I enjoy about these sorts of decisions, like if they're being made, is that a lot of the time they don't even realize that these can like run contrary to the story that they've chosen to write. Like the sort of natural conclusion that their story should be running towards.
So what's funny is a lot of people are saying Otterly Noah in reference to this. It's like, no, but he would take the thing and replay it to you, maybe replace the track with his voice. These guys are trying to create their own. They are actually trying to make their own.
Yeah, like they're doing the storytelling thing of, it's like, oh, that was like really cool. We should try and do our own version. But the problem is that they
don't know how.
I think I remember saying that at the time, about the future of Star Wars after Andor. You will probably, because it's so critically well received, you will get a bunch of creators, maybe even Dave Filoni, who will look at that and say, well, we want that acclaim for ourselves. This is how they did it, so we're going to do it too. But the problem is that they are just constitutionally and intellectually incapable of actually understanding why it works. They saw like the basic setup and barely even that, and they thought, well, that's it, right? We can just play that again and everyone will love us.
Something I think as well that could explain this, not only just their general incompetence, but having him explicitly shoot him in the head, having another character on the bad guy team point that out and recognize it, and then being like, it's the vigilantes that did it, turn guns on all of the people in the audience. I feel like the writers of this were like, well, that's better than Andor in the extent of like it shows what's happening. Andor, if you play it too much like Andor, you might be confused, and we want to be clear on who the bad guys are here, all right? Like, we don't want to be messing around with any kind of, where did that shot come from?
Obviously, if you wanted to, if I was giving them pointers, it's like, isn't like an obvious solution that, I don't know, like you in some way shove or push good cop man into the crowd?
Yes, that's what I thought was going to happen. I remember saying it to you. I was like, he'll shove him
into the ground, maybe because you do that, like his baton or his weapon hits somebody. Like it hits, some lady in the crowd, and then the other guys get mad and they start beating him up, and then that's the justification.
And then you could also, right, if you're feeling desperate, Powell says like, "Oh God, like they're killing him," and he runs in to grab him on the floor and shoots him in the head and goes, "They shot him, that sort of thing." Which honestly, I would have been like, not as good as Andor, but at least they're trying something.
Right. But I think the problem is that it has to be clean and that it's entirely bad guys' fault, and the protesters, like the crowd, makes no errors. Basically,
like even to the point where the other fellow bad guys are like, "Oh my gosh, bad guy, that was really a bad guy thing you did there." Yeah, it's unreal that we're allowed to have.
Obviously, the Gore are the good guys in Andor, but they do have the thing of like they potentially make tactical errors, right? It's like they make mistakes in the way that they approach the situation that end up being to their detriment. not morally. It's not like they're making these moral errors. They are just more like procedural errors, tactical errors.
Well, the tragedy of the gore in that sequence is they have to decide whether or not they're going to be throwing Molotovs, right? And then they're on the verge of basically saying like, we're not going to be aggressive here. We're just going to strictly stick to being
and then it gets put
the protest.
Over the edge,
yeah,
and then it's like, well, yeah, and then it's over.
And that's the scene where they finally made stormtroopers scary again.
Yep. And they will never be scary again.
No. They will be a joke forevermore.
And so, to conclude on the City Hall stuff, basically, chaos erupts. Karen loses her wig, which you must show.
I must find this moment.
She loses her wig, and so Pal's like, holy shit, it's Karen Page. You're under arrest.
This is so fucking funny, isn't it? How does she lose the wig? Someone throws something?
Somebody runs into her and it like bumps off her head.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, this is so fun. I was losing it. It's so fucking funny because you know exactly the second you see it happen, you're like, I know what story you're gonna tell because you guys are losers. Yeah. There you go, chat. This is the epic moment. So some dude walks through them, and it just takes her wig off.
Yeah.
And you know the second it comes off, you're like, oh no, now everyone knows it's Karen Page. That was a really good wig. Damn it. And Powell gets to have another, despite the fact that he just executes someone in front of everybody, so his own bed and all of the people there should probably hate him. Yeah. He just gets this private moment with Karen.
Yeah. Like, hey, I got you, Karen Page.
Karen fucking Page, look at you.
Yeah.
And that's that. He's captured now.
That's the end. That is the end of the episode, but it's because we need to loop back to what Daredevil was doing. Daredevil and Fisk. Because this is running concurrently. So Fisk has gone back to his dungeon. You might remember this was the cuck dungeon. This is where he kept the guy that cucked him. I can't remember his name.
Lloyd.
Cuck dungeon got the painting up, and so Daredevil shows up. But look, it's his silhouette. Isn't that great?
I almost want to like Nick. You saw this with great passion because you're a big fan of Daredevil. What's your expectation of what Daredevil's going to do here? What's his goal?
I don't know, because it's not the end of the season. So, like, there's nothing really productive that can happen from there.
How does he even know that this is where Fisk is? Or does his powers suddenly work now?
I don't know. But what I was kind of struck by, I was like, well, he's not here to kill him. What is he here to do?
Them.
Yeah, like, what is...
literally like a line of dialogue, and they thought they did such a good job with that one. It's like, no, but, like, why is he here?
Like, I even want to put this to chat somewhat. It's like, what do you guys think Daredevil's goal here is? He's arrived to Kingpin's dungeon to speak to him. It's like, what are we going to do?
Imagine if Foggy just died right now, so it just doesn't make sense, and the two of them just lost somebody, and they're both slugging it out or something. That's, like, the only way I could see this making sense to me.
Well...
Yeah, I mean, we're about to find out, so... Daredevil approaches, and Fisk says, "I'm not surprised you're here," which is like, I mean, I am.
Yeah, we are.
Look, all right. So Daredevil approaches and he says, "We tell ourselves this is about the city. It's about New York. I'm not so sure that's true anymore, is it? This fight, it is poison. It destroys everything. The city, the people we love." Nobody wins. We have to end it now because I am not going to stop. I don't know how, and I don't think you do either. And the solution that Daredevil offers is we should just both leave New York.
This needs to be restated. Daredevil's goal today is to come here, to go to the dungeon, to see Kingpin after Vanessa has died, to say, hey man, why don't we just both, go?
I think I repressed this. I forgot this happened. I thought they just started fighting. I left this whole part out of my mind. He's like, dude, why don't you become New Jersey's problem, you fucking piece of shit? That was literally his whole plan.
Yeah, his play was basically, oh, I guess we're kind of the same, and us fighting ruins everything. So maybe we shouldn't even fight at all. And it doesn't matter that I obviously believe I'm right, and you believe that you're right, even though you're wrong. We should both leave New York.
There's a lot of heroes in New York, but a lot of continuity errors for us. Why don't we move to Philadelphia?
It seems like it is literally as simple as, hey, you wanna go, I don't know, like Boston or something, and then he was hoping Fisk would go, yes,
I would like to.
Point. I will pack my bags and leave. That was his gamble. Hey, just leave, bro.
Well, then of course it gets even funnier. Too. Of course it erupts into a fucking fight scene because this show doesn't know what else to do. But what if Kingpin was just like, no?
Well, yeah.
Does Matt just walk off? Like, okay. I'll see you later, dude.
All that happens is he mentions Vanessa, and so Fisk crashes out, and Daredevil adorns an expression that I can only describe as like, welp, I guess we're fighting.
Yeah, because that's this show. This hangs his head in shame of what this is, which is we fight now. Like, that's how this works.
Yeah, okay, I guess we fight. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing, is we're gonna fight. And so they do, except, at the start, it's just Fisk is attacking him, and Daredevil dodges all of his attacks, and then Fisk throws him at the painting, which destroys it.
No.
And then Daredevil just sort of allows Fisk to beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And then
I thought he was
like
gonna
punch him.
Like the punishment he receives is kind of like, careful, dude, you might just crush your fucking head in. Like,
yeah, no, it's a bit scary, But then he asks, "Is this what you want?" And Fisk says, "It's what we both want." And so Daredevil stands up, and then the two scream at each other before fighting, because this is what it's fucking devolved into: scream at each other and fight, go yeah, and then punch each other.
Because what else is there?
Do. And I don't know what to say other than Daredevil seemingly wins the fight. Like, he kicks him in the face. It's a comic book cover. Wow, cool. It doesn't look very good, though, in terms of the composition of this shot. And it's kind of a bit flumpy, because there are times where it's clearly not Vincent D'Onofrio. Like, I don't know what you're doing in terms of it, Look, like, I don't know. It doesn't look that good to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get a repeat now, but it's like his head moves weird when he does this.
Like,
it's
I don't know, man.
It jitters a bit to get it in the right place.
Yeah.
It's like he's rubbing his chin on his knee.
Mm-hmm.
But
doesn't really have the impact that you would want. But yeah. I guess he wins.
Yeah.
And then Fisk and then Fisk just says, "What are you gonna do? Arrest me? You cannot. Kill me? You will not." And then Daredevil just fucking leaves. He just sort of
it's the most
scoots off screen.
It's the energy is same time next week. Like, yeah, man. Yeah.
Pretty much. They just showed up to fight. Like, think about this scene in totality. Daredevil shows up. "Hey, Fisk, why don't we both leave New York?" No, I'm gonna fight you. Okay, I beat you. What are you gonna do? And then he leaves. He leaves. He goes.
It's I don't know what to say about this. Is like they, even for these writers, even for these guys,
it's like they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. Oh, they fight, right? They're meant to fight. Okay. And then they just leave. What was the point of this? He just showed up to punch him a bit.
Like the most insufferable person on Reddit is like, "Awesome.
Yeah.
That's fucking Daredevil." Whoop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, it's like the comic book cover. Yeah. Oh. That's the end of the episode, by the way.
What can you say about? Because this is the good set. This is the three that people are way happier about. There was like a conceding to. Okay, the first three, not very good, but these three, oh boy, it's like
What was good about them? Like, they sometimes half look like something that used to be good.
Yeah, they did flashbacks.
Yeah.
Foggy was in it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. You asked, what was the point of that fight? What was the point of that?
I just once it was all over and wrapped up, and I think I had to ask you, because I almost had like a thing of just not understanding what the fuck is going on. It's like Daredevil came there to say we should both leave, and then Kingpin was like, "I want to fight you," and so Daredevil was like, "Okay, but not to any particular end," and then I'm going to leave.
I wonder if it's because I assume that they're not going to fight again. I assume that this is it because this is in the trailer as well. I wonder if it was just as simple as some like exec said, "Dude, they got to fight at some point."
Yeah, they got to fight.
And they're like, but even these writers were like, "Why would they though?" And like, dude, fucking figure it out. Just get him there, get him yelling, and I don't know, do that. And they're like, okay. And then they just have him fight, and then he leaves because yeah, they're not going to fight it because it's kind of what he pointed out. It's like, what you can't really defeat Fisk this time by just punching him. It's not really going to work.
And just the hilarity of they probably didn't write a reason for Daredevil to be there until they got to this scene and were like, uh-oh, we actually needed what was the reason?
They just noted, like, they're going to fight, and maybe we're doing something about how they're both the same or something, even though they're obviously not.
There's 2 left for Daredevil.
2 left, and then there's the Punisher special.
Which everyone's very hyped for the Punisher special in a way that what I enjoy so much about it is that we're in a culture now that people are more excited for the announcements of things than they are the things themselves. Like, Daredevil is coming out, and they're like, "Woo, Punisher's coming!" You're like, well,
yeah.
we're not done with this yet. Like,
it's always about what's next. It's a big problem that Marvel has. It's probably a problem that DC is going to be having. If anybody really cares what they're doing. And it's a problem that feels like it might even sort of spill out to other things as well. Really bad for art, bad for consumption of media.
And there's just no reason to expect season 3 won't be worse again.
No, because the more story they have, the more opportunities they have to contradict themselves on top of
let's not forget a major portion of the writing in this season was based on the stupid ship sinking a little bit and then not knowing what the fuck they're supposed to do about that. All of it.
That was crazy that they did that.
The task force ended up with the guns anyway when they already have guns, and then all the guns blew up. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, they still have guns after that. So
I know, it's crazy. They didn't. Wow. We sure did blow them up to like, what was the point of all that?
I think just filling time. I don't think they had a story. So they had a couple of set pieces they wanted. They wanted a couple of Kingpin Daredevil fight scenes, and then they maybe had a vague idea for a setup with the ship, and that was kind of it. And then everything else in between then is just, what can we kill time with this week? And then they throw that into the script. And there's some stuff about, I don't know, white tigers and magic amulets, and then raids by the Kingpin's private security force. And so none of it goes anywhere. None of it's even really worth remembering for more than 2 seconds, because either it'll be contradicted or it won't matter.
Yeah, pretty much. This is not a show that rewards you for engaging with it. Yeah, I mean, if anything, you're actively punished for doing so.
Yeah.
Which is what I love. I love that when I'm watching stories. This is like, oh, I'm paying attention, and certainly trying to recall the show that you're coasting off of the back of. Like, yeah, don't do that. Certainly don't do that. Even when we force you to do that by referencing it much more directly, even with the visual language.
And I think, just because of the way we sort of break these things down, but it should be said, like, in the next episode, guys, there's going to be someone who died in post. Like, they weren't going to kill them, but then they killed them in post. Decided to. With the use of CG.
Well, yes. In a way that feels like it outright contradicts the obvious thematic intention of the end of that particular episode.
And I will say it's one of the most iconic and favored characters. Not Powell, of course. He's safe for now.
No, but yes, it is apparently one of the favored characters. So good, so interesting. You'll think. I mean, even better than Victor's end in Penguin. Unbelievable. Someone said that. There's some random on Reddit, right?
Yeah,
Someone said that.
Yeah, I said that. I found that one.
That is
insane. When Victor's death is one of the most boldest choices that was so well done in a series I've seen in recent years. It's
recent years, yeah.
My God, what a good moment. Obviously tragic, but still.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
That's it
for now.
Losing Daniel made me more upset than losing Victor in the Penguin. Bravo storytelling.
We were vaguely hiding who it was, but yeah,
vaguely.
It's fine. No one remembers who that is anyway.
I said one of the most favored characters, so chat already knew who it was. Of course, they just love him so much.
I thought it was going to be Cherry.
No, Cherry's fine.
No, but we get him back. We get him back next episode. He gets to meet Jessica Jones. Wow, a clashing of titans. Jessica Jones and Cherry.
I will say I was kind of looking forward to that. So that's 4, 5, and 6, man. It's epic as shit. Fuck yeah. This show's ratings are collapsing.
I wonder fucking why. I actually think I was more interested in Echo. Like, I did a video on Echo and everything. I watched all of that. I could probably remember most of what happens in that show, and it was really dull, but it somehow is sticking more in my mind than this is.
No,
I wonder if it's even more worth watching.
It's almost remarkable in the sense of, like, would you have expected this little interest, considering how much shit comes out anyway that people often prop up and talk about? Because, you know, The Boys is not exactly some kind of great show, but that's being discussed, that's being watched. Stranger Things was huge, and that's... You know, some might argue Stranger Things was even worse, but you know, Born Again, nobody's showing up, and even less people are showing up than they were. So, rest in peace. Although they get another season still.
Christ.
Dead man walking.
Which I guess finally, do you think we'll see Kingpin die in that, or they'll keep him for the MCU?
Never get rid of him. Never, ever.
Well, it's worth bearing in mind they might kill him because they have the excuse once Doomsday and all that shit happens that they can bring anybody anywhere at any time for any reason, you know. So they can double dip, is what I'm saying. They could kill him and have him at the same time. Karen will kill him, and she'll say, "I'll carry it, Daredevil. I will carry this."
or will he hang himself or something? You see him like in his little...
You meant Matt. I was like, maybe he'll hang himself.
No, Fisk will be in his little dank apartment. You know, he throws the rope over the pipe on the ceiling, stands on a little chair, puts it around his neck. "I love you, Vanessa." Kicks a chair. He's flailing around.
He's so heavy it breaks the ceiling and brings it all down. Well, I suppose that brings us to a comfortable ending of this segment of Daredevil Born Again. Next time, I believe we'll be covering the last 2 episodes and Punisher, yes?
Yes, we will check out the Punisher special.
Ooh, exciting stuff.
Might as well. I mean, we might need to, right, for Spider-Man, regardless. I doubt it will matter, though.
Dude.
Let's be real.
I thought that's the subtitle. Spider-Man, regardless. Exciting stuff. But hey, before we head out, this is a first-time guest, Nicholas Diorio, I think. I don't know if you run some kind of channel you want to mention to anybody before we start to head out.
Hey guys, I feel like we've become well acquainted in the last 5 episodes. But if you don't know, I do YouTube drama stuff. I think I posted a video on Anthony Gramuglia today and Otterly Noah, and I got much more to talk about this week because apparently he threatened to sue Anthony Gramuglia.
Yeah, we've got...
That happened while we were live.
He put out his accountability video while we were streaming, and there's some kind of evidence that he wants to sue Gramuglia, so...
They have a guy, I don't know if you watch the Kino Casino, there's a guy PPP. They've got like a Walmart version of that dude fighting with him on Discord, but he has a speech impediment. It's amazing.
Okay, well, you know, there's no reason to assume that anything may or may not happen in regards to that, but all I will say is we'll probably see you again, Nick, at some point.
I'll assume that Anthony Gramuglia is not being sued.
No.
I would put money on that.
I don't even know what would he sue him for, exactly?
Emotional distress.
Imagine the lawsuits if we were allowed to do that.
You turn my fans against me. You have done that yourself.
We should be suing Disney at this point, but you know, just how it goes. Platoon, Friggy, anything you guys want to mention?
Got a Super Mario Galaxy video out. I assume it hasn't been taken down by copyright since then, but I haven't checked. And what else is coming? I'm now fighting copyright on something else. Avatar 3. That has to happen eventually. The video's done. I just don't like it, but it'll be out, and then I can move on to more exciting things like Animal Farm.
Oh God!
Mando and Grogu. So that'll be great.
That's out, isn't it?
It's out. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I hear
Good
things.
God. Best of luck, dude. I'm not touching that.
No way. No. I'm just working.
Well, as to Fringy's work, we did release The Marvels. If you have or have not seen it or are not aware, on my channel, a lot of work went into it from both myself and Fringy. Thought it was a pretty neat video, and it's kind of just commenting on current state of things a little bit, while also letting you know what happened in that movie, because most people didn't see it.
That video seems to make Mundane Matt big mad.
Yeah, he was very angry with me. He has been consistently now for a few weeks. I was saying to Fringy, I was like, why would he be mad at me? And then I remembered, it's like, oh, we did cover him in like year 1 EFAP ages ago. And you'll find this funny, Nick. We covered him.
What's the matter, bro? I heard you're trying to destroy media.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a given. But we covered him because he made a video saying that Season 8 of Game of Thrones was well received. That the fans liked it. And his evidence was this like poll that showed like people asked questions about it and they answered like positively, and he was like, see? So then we dug into the poll, and I remember one of the first things we found out was that it was extremely limited. Like, we're talking 100 to 200 people were asked in the poll, and then the questions were all fucking like really deceptive in the sense of, hey, do you enjoy Game of Thrones? It's like, well, sure, yeah. Then it's like, see, they like season 8. And you're like, well, wait a minute. I was like, maybe it was that, because I don't. We've had like no interactions with him, but he was really fucking mad at me.
And yet, because I just found it. It's hilarious. Your response to my one-off comment proves that I'm over the mark, and that I've triggered you just enough to where you'll feel it long after you've read it. Good. Holy shit, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, he said I'm a terrible person who seeks to destroy art. I'm a charlatan who hides behind an anonymous avatar. I'm hell-bent on using rage bait in order to push agendas. What agenda am I pushing?
Marvel sucks.
I do enjoy that. That's funny.
Very, very funny.
He got like 5 minutes of good airtime because of the cornering, and he's like, I know exactly what I'm gonna do.
Funny. How does he
EFAP?
I was gonna say, like, how does he even feel comfortable really saying anything? It's like, bro, like, you're you.
Yeah.
You don't like. Why are you?
Dude, this was the best moment while he was doing his Uber Eats deliveries when he was typing this in between orders. This was the best moment of his night.
Oh no!
Remember, Matt, VidCon is just 1 month away, so remember these thoughts while you bring me my McDonald's.
Dude, that's a harsh ratio.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal.
He's got 48 likes and 409 comments.
I don't know. It's just, why even bother? You know what I mean? Like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you even like making a go of this? It's over.
He did come after me when I said that the Mario movie was like giving cocaine to kids, and I think he said something like, the Mario movie has like 3 concurrent plot lines, and if you didn't spot it, you're just an idiot. I think, well, I mean, I guess it's technically true that there are 3 things happening at once. Yeah, he got you there. But, like, yeah, not sure. I'm convinced that's 3 parallel plot lines.
I do find that funny. You're horrible for art. Anyway, let me go to bat for Illumination's Super Mario Galaxy movie. That is just this soulless husk that completely saps and like depletes any meaning that it could have derived from the game that it's based on. That's a masterpiece. What an idiot! Absolutely bolded. Oh my god. Why did he say that? Picking up boulders, collecting. I think what I find so funny about that is, I don't know about anybody else, but I strictly think of boulders as very big rocks.
Yeah.
Like the kind of rocks that you can't pick up.
Yeah.
Picking up boulders.
No, anyway, yeah. Well, we've said this before, but so hypothetical, right? Me, Nick, Platoon, and Fringy, we need an alibi, and we're out literally collecting boulders. And you go, what should we say? I'd be like, well, we're not going to say what we're doing.
We're not going to say what we're doing.
You can't tell them.
We're not going to say we're collecting boulders. Why would you do that? Like...
Collecting boulders.
But yes, I guess on top of that, so...
Oh, and next week, yeah.
Well, I was going to say... Whoa, I don't even know what thing happens first. I'd have to check, actually, but... Obviously, me and Gary will be doing season 2 of... or the first half of season 2 of Buffy on the upcoming Wednesday. And then next EFAP will be a break. That's where we've moved our break now. Assuming nothing catastrophic happens in the world that desperately requires our attention in any way, shape, or form. And then the day after that is going to be my short film. So it's going to be a little bit crazy. So that's on the 10th. And it really is a short film. It's like 20 minutes. So, you know, you're not going to have to set aside a lot of time for it, but that's when it'll be coming out. And, you know, check it out if you're interested. It'll be on the YouTubes. Other than that, I suppose, yeah, there's not much more to say. You got EFAP movies coming along the way, and just lots of work is happening.
Yeah.
Extensive, heavy, difficult work, and the more time goes on, the more we'll be able to tell you if we were able to get something done in time or not. But as for right now, it's still a bit up in the air, so we can't tell you yet.
But we're working.
We sure are.
Pretty much non-stop.
But yeah, with that, I suppose we shall say good night, goodbye, have a good day, have a good morning,
later,
whatever it
everybody.
is.
Bye.
Doodle pip.
Bye,
Cheerio.
bye.